get this stream started. And I'll share my. Oh, I should have turned off my guns. Sometimes I forget to turn off my guns because I'm so immersed. Alrighty. Let's see here. Turn this light too here. Oh yeah. Oh, that felt good. Doing this. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save my game. Hi. Just gonna save my game. Turn off. I've been playing BioShock and I'm having so much fun with it. But man, I'll start. Hi there. Hi, Ramork. How are you doing? Hi, Eric Cochran. Yeah, I'm enjoying BioShock too much. I just started this game and I can't put it down. I could play this all day and all night and it would feel like only an hour went by or less. It just doesn't feel like if I gotta brace myself whenever I get really into a game like this because the time goes by so fast. I'll lose track of things I need to do. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, like I just started this yesterday. I've been playing for 31 freaking hours. Well into the night, or morning, I should say. But yeah, I took Shando to his vet appointment yesterday. That all seemed to go pretty well. The vet was really nice, and we have to set up another appointment for him in a couple of days. We were gonna do it today, but we need to get a ride, and I don't drive. I don't have a car, so yeah, they had something they had to do, so we had to reschedule that for him. But they're gonna have to sedate him to operate on his toe. And if you're wondering what happened to his toe, by the way, here, he's right down here. He's right there. Hi. Let's turn on this light a little bit. Hi there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, baby. So yeah, he's just not wearing his cone right this moment because he isn't chewing on himself, and it's hard for him to get comfortable and lay down with that giant plastic cone. He rams me like a bulldozer with that thing. Like he's desperately trying to get close to me, but it's just like his cone just hits my bare legs, and it feels like the rim is kind of sharp, man. Like he could cut me with that thing. But it's kind of funny too. But yeah, so I had a dentist appointment a few days ago, and I got a ride there. Took Shando with us, and so he just dropped me off, my dad. And after my appointment, it's so close that I decided to walk home because I like to walk and I need my exercise. So I did that without my Shando, which, you know, usually I take him everywhere I go. He's been with me since he was a little puppy. He takes the train with me and everything. But because of his paw condition and because of his PTSD with the fireworks, it's been difficult getting him to go for walks lately. Anyhow, so, and of course I can't take him into the dentist. So when I got home, I heard the loudest freaking crash. It sounded like the house collapsed. It was loud. And he came upstairs trailing pools of blood behind him. I looked down and I could see his paw was bleeding. At first I thought it was a laceration or something. I cleaned it, applied some antiseptic and bandaged it for him, and applied some gauze. Took him to the vet yesterday, and it looks like his claw got partially torn off. Not torn off all the way, just a little bit, just a tiny bit, but it was enough to bleed a lot. It just, so when my dad got home while I was at the dentist, he neglected to take off his leash and it got caught and and it resulted in his injury. So, yeah, that low key annoyed the shit out of me, man. It's like, come on. Of course, that's dangerous. I mean, you wouldn't leave something like that on a human child for fear that they might hang themselves. Why would you do that to a dog? You know. But of course, he's really preoccupied and isn't really thinking, I guess. So, yeah. I guess he figured that, like, he'd pick me up from the dentist, and so... But still, I mean, come on. Anyhow, so that's that. He's okay. Dentist said he... Not dentist. The vet said he looked good. He just, you know, he has... Because he hasn't been able... You know, he hasn't been walking as much. Now he's just not able to because of his paw issue. He's gained a little bit of weight, so I'm going to try to put him on a really lean diet that's substantial at the same time. He's a big dog. He's always hungry, so I'm really trying to make it so he's not suffering. But at the same time, you know, a dog's weight is a huge indicator of their health and how long they're going to live. So instead of, yeah, no peanut butter unless I have to give him medication, and there's absolutely nothing else I can use. White chicken, lean meat, 90% lean. Good to see you too, Lewis. How are you doing? You look like an extra from Star Trek, lol. Oh, okay. You're looking, thank you. Hope everything is going good with your dog. Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing good. He's a big boy. You're looking really nice in that outfit. Thank you. How's he doing now? He's doing good. He's doing good. Sorry to hear about your dog. Yeah, me too. Me too. She looks like an 80s pop star. Oh, shucks. Thank you. Speaking of which, one of you guys, I forget who, but one of you guys suggested this movie to me. It's free on YouTube, and it's called The Legend of Billie Jean. And that's what that comment there, Mr. The Echo. She looks like an 80s pop star. That's what that reminds me of. I can see why that movie was recommended to me too. It's a good one. Is this some kind of sad story? No, I'm telling you of something that happened recently, and it's not a sad story. It's just a vet trip. My dog taking a trip to the vet and having to have a paw operation in a few days. It's just a tiny little operation. Basically, they're going to whittle down his claw and make it so that it can grow properly from the root. If that makes any sense. Let me share my information, by the way. I hope everybody's doing good. Oh my God. Dolly Parton just died? Oh no. And that's New York Times, so it's... Oh my gosh. I love Dolly Parton. Oh no. Oh my gosh, she did die. She died, man. August 25th, today. Dolly Parton just died today at age 80. I mean, that's a good long life. But still, I mean, I was not expecting that. I just wasn't expecting that. I love her. Wow. Yeah. Yes, it's so sad. Yeah, it really is, man. I'm kind of shocked because I just wasn't expecting that at all. I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked because she's 80, right? It's a good long life. That's why, you know, despite my deepest heartbreak when my grandma passed away, there was a part of me that understood. And in fact, you know, part of me was like, you know, I can only hope that I have a life like my grandma did, because she, you know, she was married to the same man since she was 19. They were always together. And you know, she was surrounded by all of her loved ones before she passed. She was an angel. She was the best grandma anyone could have. She was always like, she knew how to drive really well, like even at 89. Even, you know, she never lost her mind. She was always sharp. Except that when I lived with her there during the last 4 months of her life, it was like I had an inkling that she was really about to go, because she was going back in time in her mind. You know, we'd go to her treasure chest and open, and she'd tell me the story behind each and every little element and trinket in there. And yeah, I mean, she was really tough though. She battled 3 types of cancer, one after the other, and it was ultimately the gallbladder cancer that took her. But you know, she was always dressed in her Sunday best, first thing in the morning, like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. every day. Just always prim and proper. Every time she'd see me cleaning house, she'd try to help me. So I'd try to sneak around and do it behind her back because I didn't want her to exert herself. And one of the last things she said to me when doing her laundry was, it was just like 2 steps into the kitchen. She says, "Getting old is not for sissies." Yeah, she was an absolute gem, man. She brought me a lot of joy during my childhood. Shando. Okay, I gotta let my Shando out. 1 sec, guys. You wanna go out? Okay. Okay. Okay, but I'm busy. I don't know what he's gonna try to do. Alright. Sniff's chair. The fuck? Oh yeah, I was gonna share my information. Oh, I was just really taken aback by the Dolly Parton news. Was just again, was not expecting that. Hope you're all doing good. Okay. Breaking habits. I'm enjoying BioShock way too much, guys. Let's see. What's it? I'm glad my dad got to see her before she passed. Yeah. You know, that's one of those things that my mind has a really hard time accepting when my loved ones are about to pass away. So I'm always hesitant to go and, you know, go to the hospital. But I really, you know, have to push myself. I just don't want to accept that they're gonna go. I'm like, part of me feels like they're gonna come back home. You know what I mean? But yeah, you'll definitely regret it if you don't see them one last time. I know from experience. You know, when my best friend passed away, my boss called me in he was living in the basement at the cafe I lived at because he was homeless. And he had various types of cancer ravaging him too, like oral cancer and stuff. He was an addict. My boss called me telling me he was in delirium and that he wouldn't go to a hospital unless I come down there. And it was my day off. So I rushed down there. I see him. He probably doesn't even know I'm there. He's in complete delirium. So I told him, "Hey, I'm going to call the hospital, man. I have to." And he didn't even answer me, you know? So I called them. They put him on a gurney and took him out. I kissed him on the forehead. And right then I had to make a split-second decision of whether or not I wanted to hop into the ambulance and accompany them and go to the hospital with them. I didn't want to distract them. There was that. I really wanted for them to just, like, focus on him. And of course they would, but I I was afraid that I might get in the way. So I thought, you know, that he can go in the ambulance there real quick, and I can maybe, you know, my dad was going to drive me to the hospital to see him. Well, just a few minutes before we arrived there, we got a call saying we didn't make it and that he passed away. So I gravely regret not staying in that ambulance with him, so he didn't have to feel like he died alone, you know. He was a good person. Never painted someone so many times. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry, got a little itch. All right, is that spelled correctly? Okay. And my Instagram, if you'd like to check out my art or commission me or anything like that, it's Katrina.art. And then my Discord, Emerald, like the gemstone _ wing, like a butterfly wing _ oh wait, pop up 13473. Okay, I think we got that right. Pin it. Alrighty. Did I pin the right one? Sometimes I click on the wrong. Good. Hey, how's it going, Cheese Wizard? I like your name, by the way. Okay. Good. Just seeing if I made any typo there. How are you doing? Hey, Seizu, Gumby. Hi, Sarah. Hello, fellow diva. Hi, Bryant. Good day. Hi, Gordon. What's up? How are you? What's this live about? I mean, hey, we talk about a lot of things on this channel, but for the most part, I try to encourage and inspire people to stay on the right path of recovery or to get clean, or I share my recommendations and what I did to help myself when I was an addict, how I got clean. We also talk about dogs and video games and painting and books sometimes, and yeah, cooking. That's a good goal. Thank you. Yeah, I've been clean for 3.5 years, so still going strong. Business is great, life is beautiful, people are wonderful. That's the truth. You just need to know where to look. You know, we have a choice of, you know, as to like where we want our minds to go, how we want to spend our time thinking about things, what things we want to dwell on, what things are worth thinking about. I think that if it's not worth thinking about for 5 days, it's not worth thinking about at all. You know, if it's something that's so petty that, like, while you're upset right now, you're not, anyone knows that you're not gonna be even thinking about it in 3 days or so, 2 days, 1 day. Actually, the next day, it's gonna be like you completely forgot it, and it's like you spent all that time wasting your time, being upset about something, and for what, We get upset over minor little things, and then we just forget about them. So, that can... Making a gratitude list is very helpful. Meditating is helpful. Getting proper nutrition and drinking plenty of water is very helpful. Prayer for me is very helpful. Having a good counselor is helpful. Yeah, I currently live with my parents. My mom is disabled or crippled. She's bedbound, so my dad takes care of her. And I help my dad out. And I paint. And I take care of my dog too. There's a lot of things that I do, but I need to advance. I need to get a job that can sustain me someday. Just trying to save. Hello, have you read Newsday? Newsday is the tabloid newspaper for Long Island. I have not. I have not. What, is there something there I should know about? I'll write it down. I'll check it out. I like taking your recommendations. I also just I answer questions, and we go on tangents here and there. Oh, here's my little notebook. And I like to write lists. That's very helpful. Journaling. Objectives. I have whole entries from the very first days of my recovery, pretty much. So I should share that with you guys, and some of the more recent entries, just so we have, kind of have an idea as to how the mind changes through addiction, through recovery, and all that. Any interesting books you've read recently? Yeah, I really like the autobiography of Ben Franklin, was a good one. And I read, one actually that I would recommend that anybody read would be everybody, Dr. Dogbody's Leg is really good. That's one of my favorites. And my absolute favorite book is East of Eden. I read that a little while ago, but I've read it like 5 times. I like Shakespeare a lot. I like King Lear. I like Paul Auster. He has this a bunch of really good short stories, and one of them is told from the perspective of a dog, of the guy's dog. I don't want to spoil it for you because it's really good, but it's I think it's Timbuktu. I think that's the one. And Candide is a good book. Yeah. I like the Emily Stars series. Anything by Lucy Maud Montgomery as well. Anne of Green Gables. I've been clean for 1 year. Oh, congratulations. Oh, speak of the devil. I just mentioned Lucy Maud Montgomery, and your name is Montgomery. Well, good for you, man. Keep it up. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Okay. I'll send you $100 if you smoke crack on stream. Well, look at this person. Look at that person. Wow. Newsday is often called the respectable tabloid. I'll check it out. I bet if you was with me, you'll be about me all. Okay. Clean is awesome. Being fucked up sucks. It does. It absolutely sucks, man. It's a drag. You're living on the edge all the time. It's all you ever think about. It's all you ever pursue. You see $1 on the ground and immediately you just think of more drugs, more drugs, more drugs. I'm gonna get more drugs with this. You don't think of your rent. You don't think of anything. It's like you'd go weeks without eating if it meant that you get to have your fix. It's really bad. It's a terrible way to live. It's an obsession. Because you're gonna have to get over the hurdle of the pain of withdrawal, the physical pain of withdrawal. And with heroin, it's the worst is day 3 when it comes to the pain. When it comes to the leg thrashing, bone deep, muscle twisting, shitting out both ends, sweating through 5 layers of sheets, type of fucking pain. And you could probably go on and on, man. It's an unlocalized type of pain. So I've known people who have gone through withdrawal in prison, so they had nothing to help them, and they tried bashing their head against the stone wall in order to feel some type of distraction from it. This is the same reason why people cut, you know, and it's not a good thing. But emotional pain is real, and sometimes you just really want to get away from that. And there is something I used to do that when I was young, and I regret that. It's not good. But I understand why people do it. And it's to distract from an unlocalized source of pain, whether it be a physical type of pain or an emotional type of pain. It is, I think most of us would rather just have I had that localized source of pain, like maybe in the hand or arm, rather than just like, you don't even know where it's coming. You just feel like absolute shit. And I hate that. Yeah. But after a week, I mean, you know, after day 4 or 5, the worst of the pain is pretty much over. You feel as weak as a kitten. You're probably still in pain at 4 and 5. After a week, most of that pain is gone. You feel as weak as a kitten. And then once you approach a month, you're going to have to be, that's the most dangerous time, because despite the pain being over and being over that big hurdle and all that, and it should be just a relief and smooth sailing, you're going to have to contend with boredom and anxiety, major boredom. And that's no joke. You know, you're going to feel restless. You know, you just could be like, maybe just one. You know, you make excuses for yourself. And once you've decided you're going to use, you're on a fucking trajectory to your own doom. So in that situation, I do recommend weed, because it helps with drug dreams. Drug dreams were very dangerous for me. I relapsed after one of my drug dreams. So drug dreams, get weed. If you know, if you think that might not benefit you or might make it worse, then don't do that. Exercise is really good. Get those endorphins pump, or the adrenaline pumping. It's really good. And get a really good counselor. And if your counselor just happens to be bad, if you don't have a good counselor, find a new one, because they're out there. And I wish I would have given my therapy another chance, because my therapist right now is great. But the first therapist, the therapist I got started with, you know, she wasn't that good. It was all just, yeah, okay, give me my money. Oh my goodness, thank you very much, man. Thank you, Billy Bob. Hi, Ann. I love your channel and what you do. You're a ray of sunshine in a dark world. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I try to help. The drug dreams come when you quit doing drugs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, they do. That's the only time I ever got drug dreams, yeah. And the thing is, I had been, it was like a month past my cold turkey phase. A month had gone by, and I was, doing okay. And then I had a drug dream. And it was so vivid that I checked my backpack, I checked my pockets. It literally felt like I was convinced that I had drugs on me. Because it was so vivid. It's like you have it in your hands, but you don't get to taste it. So that put me on the trajectory, and I got on the train and went to my dealer's apartment and got more. Or, got some. And, it's dangerous. Drug dreams are very dangerous, and I found that weed really helped with that. So, exercise, nutrition, good counseling, drawing and painting is really good, but if you don't feel like doing something that's emotionally or even mentally, intellectually, physically taxing, you just want something that's just sensory, something to calm your senses while making you feel more content in the moment, something that makes it so that you can sit with your feelings and be okay, you know, not be restless and in a complete wreck all the time. Yeah, I'd suggest meditation, getting good sleep, nutrition. Make sure you get all your vitamins, your micros and macros, and all the colors of the rainbow in your diet. Because sometimes we don't realize how nutritionally deficient we are, and that can be, you know, that can be the answer right there. Sometimes. That's why I think people should really look into that before they hop onto SSRIs so quickly. You know, SSRI, I don't think they're bad, you know, as they help some people, and some people sincerely need them. I don't take SSRIs, but I know some people do. But don't just jump on those like immediately, you know, as soon as someone thinks you're depressed and they suggest it, you know, just try to look for what it might be. There could be a simple fix that we're just not aware of. And it can be kind of mind-blowing when we realize that, hey, you know what? All I needed to do was eat more greens and now I feel normal, you know? Rather than take meds and then become dependent on them, so that if you try to quit, you're gonna go through withdrawal with that stuff too, and that type of withdrawal drags on for a long time. You know, there are certain things where the withdrawal is way more dangerous and a lot longer than heroin, despite the pain of heroin probably being way more intense. At least you know when it's going to be over. A dog really helps. My dog really helped me. He definitely keeps me on the straight and narrow as well. What is this channel about? Hi, Lord Ludacris. We talk about addiction, and I was a heroin addict, and I try to inspire and encourage other people to get clean or stay clean. We also, I was also an alcoholic for 3 years, but that was right after my best friend passed away, and while I was trying to substitute the heroin with the alcohol. That nearly killed me. That was the only time I ever OD'd, because when I was in the middle of my alcoholism, sometimes I'd relapse on the heroin too. And there were several times that I OD'd there. And yeah, so it's scary, man. It shouldn't have to take hitting rock bottom and almost dying several times to actually make a change and surrender to recovery. But it is what it is, you know? I'm just glad I'm clean right now. Yes, sobriety, art, video games we discussed. I need to get a better setup if I want to live stream video games, though. I need to save up for maybe a desktop computer and a better graphics card and all that stuff. I have to look into it. But I think a graphics card was key. So yeah, that's something I'll invest in. But for the most part, as far as like how productive we are here, we talk about addiction, we make gratitude lists sometimes, we read the Bible at the end of my stream, a few verses, let people pick them if they'd like. And this is a good way for me to sell my paintings. So I share my Instagram. You guys can check out my paintings on my Instagram. I do watercolor and oil, and I sell paintings. And sometimes I cook on my stream too. Sometimes. Do I believe in Jesus? Yes. You look incredibly cute and beautiful. Thank you, Ryan. Oops. They're just part of the process. You ever do shrooms? Oh yeah. Nothing against those, man. I actually think those are helpful for people dealing with an opioid addiction, or trying to stay off of opiates. Because they're not necessarily addicting. If you do them all the time, you're not gonna feel any of the effects of them, and it's just gonna be a waste of money. It's not an addicting substance, in my opinion. Maybe to some people it's more of a mental addiction, a psychological thing, because they feel like they should be addicted to it. Therefore, it's like their mind just doesn't feel normal without it, but it shouldn't be addicting. So I've got nothing against that. I think it's very helpful. Once was there. Oh. I'm sorry, Gooey McDougal. That doesn't sound good. Cannabis for emotions? No. Cannabis so you don't have drug dreams and go in relapse. Or I'm talking like early in recovery. I don't really have anything against weed, but when I do it all the time, if I do it first thing in the morning, I'm not nearly as productive. I don't get things done nearly as efficiently as I would if I wasn't doing it. I'm pretty busy and active and productive if I don't smoke weed. But if I do all the time, if I don't just, if I'm going to smoke weed, I should just save it for later in the day after I've completed everything. And that means live streaming. That means my painting. Actually, I don't have an issue painting while I'm high, but sometimes it makes me not as motivated. Sometimes. And that's usually when the painting is a little unsteady. I'm not certain as to the direction it's going in. I'll be like, okay, I'll just tomorrow. It makes it so that doing nothing is enticing enough. It's like you're not bored, but boredom's there for a reason. It's there to kind of push us on to doing productive things and accomplishing what we need to do, So I'm new to this live streaming, and a few times I've seen others and they are crappy, but I enjoy listening to you. Can you show a painting? Absolutely, Terry. I'd be happy to. Here's show this one often because it's right behind me. It's one of my favorites. This is the one I painted at my grandma's house. Oh my gosh. Okay. John Steinbeck. This is my favorite writer. John Steinbeck, watercolor and charcoal on paper. I liked how that one turned out. I like the highlights, the flame and the shadow on the wall, and I like how that all turned out, the cord of the lamp. It's John Steinbeck. Let me show you my painting of my friend Adrian. He passed on, so rest in peace. But he was my best friend. Here's oil on panel right there. Let me see if I can get some better lighting on that so it's not, I want you guys to kind of see the textures and everything. So there's the oil on panel of my best friend Adrian. He was brilliant. All right, there's that one. And, oh man, I would show you my painting of Christ, but I have it all boxed up for my client. Still trying to, I can't find the guy's address anywhere, so I'm asking him if he sent it to me again. I still haven't gotten a reply back there. So that makes me anxious. I hope I hear back from him. I'll be damned if he doesn't get his painting. So all I need is his address. I have the box all set up. I have the shipping label and all that. We'll see. I don't know why I'm not able to find it. Yeah. Ooh. One time in my sleep, I peed all over my Xbox and didn't remember it. It was like sleep all... Wow, dude, I'm sorry about that, man. But I think we've all had embarrassing moments similar to that. Exactly, eat more greens, fix yourself healthy. Precisely. Precisely. I need to eat more greens, by the way. That's something I need to do. I need to vape less. I try to, but I'm having a really hard time with that. I smoke a ton of cigarettes too back then. You know, when you're a heroin addict, you smoke a lot of cigarettes on top of it. Somehow the cigarettes taste better when you're doing that shit, which just makes it worse. So, suggestions. I'll write down some, make my suggestions on this, in this notebook here. I think I got oil on my page because my pin's not working. Yeah. So, more, oh my gosh, come on. There we go. More greens. Something I need to remember. Oh yes, and I need to get back into meditation because while I was on a good roll there, I kind of, you know, fell off the wagon there a little bit. Meditation, gratitude lists, get back into doing that. It's been a bit of a month, so I haven't been live streaming as much. I haven't been doing meditation, eating more greens and all that as much. It's mostly been taking care of my dog and insurance, games, help, dishes, cleaning, helping my dad out. So I need to get back into doing this. I need to, yeah. Hi, Intergalactic Keyboard. When I did feel like I was withdrawing and crap my pants in my sleep, it was embarrassing. I'm sorry, ma'am. Yeah, I mean, that happens. You just par for the course. Strangely enough, I never did that during withdrawal. I didn't really puke and I didn't crap, which is interesting because most people I know who talk about withdrawal, they talk about that, you know. But I did sweat through like 5 layers of sheets all the way down to the freaking mattress board, the board that the mattress was laying on, and I was sleeping in the damn trailer. We had to throw that mattress into the dump trailer because somehow whatever I was excreting, and I know TMI, it rotted that board. There was a big spot of black right there, like someone died on that mattress. That's what it looked like. It looked like someone fucking died, and that their bodily juices soaked through the mattress into the board. That was nasty. And I'm telling you that because I'm not lying about not puking and shitting everywhere. I'd tell you if I did during withdrawal because it's an ugly thing. It is what it is. So I'll tell you about something else that's gross and embarrassing, and it's that. Okay? I'm honest. But I didn't crap out both ends or anything like that. Although it does happen to most people who go through withdrawal. It might have also been because I couldn't really eat around that time. I couldn't eat anything but applesauce, and that was on day 4. So I went like 3 or 4 days without eating. And when I went into the house to eat, because I'm like hungry, but I can't eat. It's a terrible feeling when you're really, really, really hungry, but you can't eat. So I tried, all I could eat was applesauce. And I'm 5'7", I'm a tall gal. I was 90 pounds at that time. So, I mean, you do the math. What is that? What is that? Let me look up what that BMI is. Even though, you know, just we all know BMI isn't super accurate. It's just a tool that you use along with other things to determine a person's health. Because, I mean, a bodybuilder might be considered obese on the BMI scale. But, and I have small bones. You know, there might be a girl my height, exact thing, but has much thicker bones or more denser bones. So, you know, there are a lot of factors that come into play here. But I'm aware of that, just so you know. But, let me see here. Let me look up what that BMI would have been back then. Gosh, I was like, I'm looking at Ariana Grande, the home wrecker, lately, and she, my sternum looked like that, like her sternum. Doesn't it feel weird? Doesn't it seem like, it wouldn't surprise me if we're going to start having a skeletal sternum very popular. People are going to popularize having a hole in your chest and a skeletal sternum. That wouldn't surprise me. Because everyone wants to have Ozempic face now. Okay. Yeah, shit, man. 5'7" 90 pounds. That calculates. That's a 14.1 BMI. I read a really good book about a woman, an autobiography by a woman with anorexia. It's called Wasted by Maria Hornbacher. I read that a long time ago. I think I still have it somewhere. But it's a really good account. I remember distinctly that she mentioned her BMI when she was taken, like when she collapsed and, you know, almost died. Granted, she was very busy too, you know, she had a big job, she was doing a lot of things, you know, so it makes a difference if you're active. She had a 15 BMI. So that's pretty freaking bad. So let me see what my BMI would be right now. Okay, that's better. Still a little underweight, but 16.4. Okay. Oh, thanks for the gift, by the way. Thank you very much for the flower. Sorry, it's going real fast here. I'm trying to catch up here. I'm gonna get really behind if I don't focus on you guys. You need to get your protein up. Yeah, I agree. And I eat good protein. I did have a sausage and a couple eggs today for my dinner on some rice. Oh, and some ground beef. I had some ground beef with my rice, and then on the side I had a couple eggs and chopped up chicken sausage. I didn't have enough vegetables. That's the thing. I don't eat enough vegetables. And I need to be more regular about it. Garlic is good. I love garlic. Speaking of which, I need to write down a grocery list. Hi, Anne. You look very nice this evening. God bless. Oh, thank you. God bless you, too. I remember when I was growing up and was put on Adderall, I couldn't even eat my favorite foods because I was hyper-focused on the texture and it made me sick. I'm a big texture girly myself. That's a big part of why I like food, you know? Like, there are certain textures I can't deal with and some textures that I'm crazy about. That's why I like dim sum so much. I freaking love dim sum, and I haven't had it in like 15 years or so. Maybe not 15 years, like 12 years. Oh, thank you for the gift, man. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Dude. Oh, disappointing. Yeah. I don't eat enough vegetables. So, should make a grocery list. Because I need to get Shando more food too. He's run out. Beautiful eye, thank you. I also eat a lot and cook a lot in my recovery, but that also makes me anxious that if I eat too much, I'll end up crapping my pants again. Oh, I think you'll be fine. As long as you're well past that horrible withdrawal phase, you'll be fine, man. I think. I don't know. I don't know what your entire situation is. Dogs are so amazing. They are, man. Yeah, my dog is a godsend. He's an angel. I can't imagine my life right now without him. I love hoop earrings. They're my favorite. I have so many pairs of earrings. Hoops say, I'm a fun person. Hoops go with everything. Just not too big of hoops. Huggy size to about the ones Anne has. Oh, thank you. Yeah, these are sterling silver. I got these for Christmas. So I really like these. I wouldn't get any size bigger than this, though. You know, I like them small, but this is really nice. I like that size, but nothing any larger. Like and subscribe, folks. Thank you, AtMac. Yes, please, please. Like and subscribe. How are you doing, Intergalactic Keyboard? I like you bringing back the toga. Indeed. And back then I would have been super, super wealthy because it's blue. And that's another color that was reserved for the rich. Blue and purple, man. Like, people just... I guess blue came from lapis lazuli, and in painting as a pigment, it was reserved only for Mary, the Mother of God's robes or veil. And the color purple came from the excretion of a mollusk, like a sea slug or sea snail. It came from some type of nautilus from the sea, and it was this purple excretion that came out of it. It was super rare. And that was reserved only for, like, Caesar's robes or whatever. It was only for the rich. That's why purple is known as, like, royal, majestic. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you for the star. Purple came from rose and lapis as well. Yeah, I mean, when people figured out how to mix pigments and turn them into, turn into a different color and all that. But back in, like, during the ancient Greeks and Romans, purple was very, very rare to come by, because from what I heard, you could only find it from sea snail excretions. Let me look this up. Why was purple so so rare back then? Historically, the color purple was rare because the premier dye, known as Tyrian purple, came from a tiny mucus gland in thousands of predatory sea snails. It took up to 12,000 snails to make a single gram of dye, making it worth more than gold and strictly reserved for royalty. That's pretty cool, man. Just think about that. Like, you probably wouldn't even see purple back then. And now it's a favorite color among many people. A lot of people love the color purple. So yeah. Did you get that? Did you hear that? That's crazy. So we're talking about the color of purple and how it was reserved for royalty back then. I just looked this up. Historically, the color purple was rare because the premier dye, known as Tyrian purple, came from a tiny mucus gland in thousands of predatory sea snails. It took up to 12,000 snails to make a single gram of dye, making it worth more than gold and strictly reserved for royalty. That's crazy. 12,000 snails. 12,000 snails to create 1 gram of dye. Think about that. Wow, that's expensive. Sorry. Tiny yields. Each snail produced only a single drop of fluid. Imagine how tedious that would be. I mean, if I'm harvesting those things, I better get paid well. Sounds dangerous too. Wonder where those they probably lived off like the Mediterranean coast, or each snail produced only a single drop of fluid. Hard labor. Workers had to harvest tens of thousands of live snails by hand. Imagine if one died. How, you'd probably get into trouble if that happened, if someone found out about it. Bad smells. Boiling the glands and vats created an unbearable stench. Oh boy. Poor mixes. Mixing red and blue paint dyes made a dull color that washed out fast. Okay. There you go. There you go. How the rarity ended. In 1856, I didn't know it was that recent that we're able to have purple among just regular people. In 1856, the 19th freaking century, an 18-year-old chemist named William Henry Perkin tried to make a cure for malaria and accidentally created the first synthetic purple dye. That's crazy, man. This discovery made purple cheap and easy to make for everyone. That makes me wonder, yeah, it wouldn't even surprise me. I'd guess this is so. I wonder if purple became the most popular color of the day back in like 1856 or 7 or 8, right after, synthetic dye was invented, the synthetic purple. And people are, oh, finally we can wear purple. It's not only for rich people anymore. Wow. Oh boy, if you want, I can tell you more about how Roman emperors punished people who wore purple. Why purple is missing from almost all national flags. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder why. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think there are other colors that are absent too, not just purple, but you do see green, you see red, you see yellow, you see, I don't know if I see orange. Yeah, I've seen orange. Trousers. Okay, how did Roman emperors punish people for wearing? I'm looking up how Roman emperors punish people for wearing purple. Roman emperors punished unauthorized people for wearing purple with penalties ranging from heavy financial fines to execution, treating the act as a form of high treason. Under the empire's strict sumptuary laws, wearing the color was seen as an attempt to usurp the emperor's supreme authority. Wow. Escalating punishments. Death penalty. Emperor Nero, of course it's Nero. Emperor Nero decreed that wearing or selling solitary in purple was a capital crime punishable by execution. Asset seizure. Under later Roman emperors like Diocletian, anyone caught with imperial purple faced the confiscation of all their property. Exile and banishment. Citizens who overstepped the color boundaries could be stripped of their legal standing and permanently banished from Rome. Enslavement. Some lower-class violators were stripped of their freedom and forced into slavery. Loss of status. Offenders could suffer infamus, which permanently destroyed their reputation, civil status, and legal protection. ruthless enforcement. The enforcement of these laws could be extreme and erratic. Uh, Suetonius recorded that Emperor Caligula, I always have a hard time saying this name, even though I know who Caligula is. Caligula, freaking clavicular, okay? Caligula. I think John Hurt played Caligula in a movie. It was really good. Caligula grew so jealous of King Mauritania's stunning purple cloak that he had the visiting ruler murdered. Later, during the 4th century, the state established a total monopoly on the dye, meaning that even possessing a small vial of top-grade purple pigment without permission was a crime against the state. I mean, it's a big deal, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm not wearing purple. I'm wearing burgundy. Or am I? Da 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 da. Woo! Oh gosh, he couldn't be. Joke's on you. Man. Maroon. I thought intergalactic keyboard was nice. I wear the blood of my enemies, indeed. Well, burgundy technically is a shade of purple. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of my favorite colors. I like cranberry. I'd say, yeah, that has a little bit of purple in there. Probably one of the best channels. Oh, thank you, Sherry. That means a lot to me. Where did they get the snails? Good question. I was wondering that myself. Let's I'm guessing like the Mediterranean, but let's look this up. I think they're called Tyrian snails. Where were... Tyrian. Purple dye sea snails were historically found primarily in the Mediterranean Sea. Yep, I was right. Especially along the coasts of the eastern Mediterranean near ancient Phoenicia, modern day Lebanon. So Mediterranean Sea, the ancient Tyrian purple dye, and I figured that because we're talking about like the ancient Romans, right? The ancient Tyrian purple dye came from rock snail species like Bolinus brandaris, Hexaplex trunculus, and Stremonita haemastoma. Okay. Haemastoma. Harvested near major ancient trading hubs like Tyre, Pacific Coast, and Americas. Other species of purple-producing sea snails, such as the Panza purple snail, live along the rocky intertidal shores of the Pacific Coast, ranging from Baja California down to Peru. Hey, might be able to find some on the Oregon coast. Got washed up. I don't know, but I have never seen it. So it looks like this. These shells are gorgeous. That's what they look like. Isn't that beautiful? A Tyrian sea snail. Beautiful. Cranberry is a great color, also one of my favorites. Yeah, I like cranberry and I like teal. like a dark teal. It's kind of hard to explain. I'm not talking like, yeah, it's a dark teal. Let me look that up. Dark teal. I'll show you guys my favorite shade of green. It's so pretty. Like a greenish blue. Here we go. Beautiful. Right, that perfect. This is another one of my favorite colors right there. That deep bluish green or greenish blue. Kind of like a dark teal. You've been through a lot, girl. You relapsed drunk. That could cause extreme problems. Yeah. Yeah, it nearly killed me. But I mean, I'm good now. I haven't done that in 3.5 years, but still, it nearly killed me. So I'm very lucky to be here and in a place where I can kind of, you know, try to encourage other people not to go down that path. You shouldn't have to take hitting rock bottom to actually make a change and choose life. You know, it was bad. Imagine 10K in your pocket. Oh boy. Wow, is that even a real shell? You betcha it is. Oh man, there's some pretty intricate seashells. Let me see. I'm gonna look up the most beautiful seashell. And I know this is subjective, but I'm just gonna look it up. Most beautiful seashell. Most beautiful. How about most beautiful sea snail? Oh, ooh. Oh my. The Cuban painted snail. The Cuban painted snail is frequently called the most beautiful snail in the world, though it is an arboreal land species rather than a marine sea snail. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Has a jeweled top. So it's called the Cuban painted snail. Let's see what she looks like. Oh, that's really pretty. And they come in all different colors. Wow. These are Cuban painted snails, naturally pigmented. This, like, people aren't painting these by hand. These are naturally occurring. Aren't those beautiful? Look at that. It looks like a Mondrian painting or something. This is gorgeous. See that? It's like beautiful. Wow. I like the purple one more though. Let's see. Beautiful. I'm not LGBTQ. I have nothing against gay people, but I'm a straight white woman. And you're a fucking moron. LGBTQRS type of female. No, I'm not. I'm just me. I'm just a woman. I'm a straight woman who likes men. I am a tomboy. I like doing whatever the fuck I want. We can leave it at that, right? Are we gonna forget that tomboys exist, or are we just gonna all... You're just so obsessed, man. You're just so obsessed with gender. It's so fucking cringe. I'm getting so damn exhausted from that shit. Fuck off. Good God. I love Dark Teal too. What a coincidental is I have the same exact skin tone, hair color, and eye color as you do. Nice. She got pretty eyelashes though. Thank you, Turtle. It's not a butt chin, it's a dimple. I think you're thinking of clefts. Clefts are oftentimes called butt chins, even though I don't think that's really nice to say. But a dimple is not a butt. It's just it's an indentation. It's a dimple. It's round. It's not a crack. It's not a vertical line. Okay? Are you blind? I love wearing navy blue too. It's one of the only dark colors that looks good on me. Most everything I own is navy blue. Yeah, yeah. That color never fails. It's one of my best colors too. I've been told I look good in denim as well. How come I can't turn this channel away? Thank you, Terry. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Damn right, you do you. America. That's right, America. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Tomboys are so rare. I miss them so... Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know why people think they're rare. I think people are just chronically online. They don't go out and see people enough these days. And I feel like people are just so obsessed with this whole gender identity shit. You know, when I was a kid, I was a tomboy too. And I like some girl things. You know, it's just because you can be a tomboy and enjoy dolls, okay? Just kind of like collecting action figures or whatever, you know? You can be both. I'm kind of both. I like, you know, I dream of being able to, you know, go wild boar hunting. You know, I'd love to go hunting. I'd love to get myself a shotgun and go hunting. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted, and, you know, I'd be thinking about hunting something like a wild boar, you know, because they're an invasive species and it'd be fun. Anyway, yeah, I've always wanted to do that. I was a tomboy as a kid. I climbed trees. I hung out with the boys. You know, I like to do boys and girls things. I'm absolutely certain that when I was a kid, someone, in fact, several people probably would have come up to me and asked me, "Hey, do you think you might be a boy in a girl's body?" Even probably when I was 7, they probably would have asked me that, because I'm a tomboy, and they see me wearing boys' clothes. They see me running around and getting into Dragon Ball Z matches with my brother, because we'd have the mattress downstairs on the floor, and we'd watch like Dragon Ball Z or The Matrix and shit like that, and we'd start, like, you know, we'd act it out, and I'd tell my brother, "Hit me harder, come on, hit me." And he would, you know, yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's annoying. It's annoying. But I'm gonna just say I'm a tomboy. Let's bring it back. Let's bring back real talk, common sense. Okay? I'm not saying that trans people don't exist. I'm not against gay people at all. But I don't like it when people accuse me of being something that I'm just not. Whether people be telling me I'm a man or whatever. It's just annoying. It's super annoying. But whatever. Fuck it. I can't stop people from doing whatever they're gonna do. Ha ha ha. Go girl. Don't let anyone steal your joy of who you are and what you're doing. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that very much. Buy a dirt bike? Yep. I support Trump. I don't agree with him on everything. Okay? I'm not like ride or die. If he were to do something that is just like unfathomable, if he did something evil, I would drop him like a hot potato. That's the difference. I think he's a means to a better end. With him, we might have Mark Rubio in office, and I think he'll be really good. But I think Trump's done a great job in lots of ways, and we needed to close our border. We needed to get rid of the illegal immigration. And I think more and more people are, you know, beginning to understand, because the violence is just, oh my gosh, from the left, it's just never ending. And you can't say that that's happening on both sides. It really isn't, to the degree that it's been happening on, you know, like with the left. It's been really fucking bad on the left, celebrating people's deaths, dancing on and spitting on people's graves, you know, wishing people dead, calling people Hitler when they're not, absolutely not. You know, it's unbelievable. And not only, it's so bad, in fact, that the Democratic Party is splitting into two. There are a lot of Democrats who are very upset and disappointed with how their party is coming along. I mean, it used to be that you guys argued about class issues and class warfare. Now it's all identity politics and how do we please Arabs. You know, like, you got England having Sharia law courts and shit, where honor killings is a thing and genital mutilation of women is a thing, and you have these libtard Karens saying that it's propaganda the way women are treated there. This is why I hate modern feminism, because they pretend to be victims when they can do whatever they want. They have rights. In fact, because of the DEI, which is, you know, a big part of it is them. The DEI makes it so like that white men are condemned, and people get hired only because it's woke, only because it fits the status quo. You gotta be, you know, you gotta be a minority to get a job now. Qualifications doesn't matter, skill sets doesn't matter, you know, character doesn't matter, work ethic doesn't fucking matter. All that matters in DEI is what color your skin is. And I think that's just racist. That's just racist. It's sugar-coated racism from the left. It is what it is. You know, I'd rather be hired somewhere based on my qualifications and my skills and all that than someone hire me simply because I'm a woman. You know, so you have all these feminists, these modern radical feminists, and all it is these days is bringing men down, is telling the whole world that, oh, white man bad, only white men are bad. You know, it's really fucked up. Meanwhile, they say that what Middle Eastern women deal with is propaganda. They could care less. They could care less about women's being thrown under the bus, people taking over women's sports, and making it so that literally 900 trophies went to trans women or, you know, biological men. You know, good God, man. Makes it so that, you know, when they don't care if women are getting gang raped all over Europe because of all the illegal immigration. They don't care if in Spain women won't even leave their houses. They couldn't care less. All they care about is what other people think of them. Oh, we don't want anyone to think I'm racist. Oh my gosh, or just fucking kissing ass, you know. They call us bootlickers. They lick the boot of their party. You know? It's like nothing their party does is ever a deal breaker. But you know, you have some good Democrats, and quite a few of them, the good ones, are actually drifting away from their party. I don't even know if you could call them Democrats anymore. Maybe independent? Definitely not Democrat. I don't even think Bill Maher's a Democrat anymore. I like him. You're awesome and glad you made it through so far. Thank you, Mind of the Mind. Hello, love your hair. Based opinions. Thank you, Matthew. Mm. Make Wayland great again. I hear ya. She's a gangsta. Damn right I am. You look like Hermione Granger. Where's my bushy hair? I need to put on my wig now. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Trump isn't stealing money. The Democrats stole money. You guys stole a ton of money. What about all this Minnesota scams? What about your boy Tim Walz and all the scams going on in Minnesota and the Somalians? You know what's going on in California? Those scam centers. Gavin Newsom. Like, guys, come on. Trump isn't stealing. He is dismantling and building up systems which are inherently corrupt and meant to basically take money from us, raise our taxes, and funnel it all to the top 1% of Democrats. Unbelievable. People should really also take into account that 97% of university professors are liberal. So before you think you know it all, just take that into account, that maybe you're being brainwashed. Maybe they're trying to control the language. I was liberal too. I began to value my integrity over the fear of losing my friends. It was scary, because they genuinely do try to ruin your life. They try to slander you. They try to make everybody hate you. And some people will try to physically assault you or hurt you. I haven't had to deal with that yet, thank God. But I've definitely had even, close former friends, ex-friends, try to ruin my life because I said, hey, I think I had Trump derangement syndrome. I want to talk about this, Immediately they start calling me insert word phobic, Unbelievable. Why yap about England? Because the same thing was happening here. When Biden was in office, he let thousands and thousands and thousands of illegal immigrants come over our border, and we had such a rise in assaults and rapes and murderers. And from what I read, 80% of the rapes happening to women in places like the UK come from Palestinians or just illegal immigrants. That's not good. But I know that this shows people's true colors. This just shows that people don't care about women. And the feminists, the modern day feminists, don't give a single rat's ass about women on the other side of the planet. And in fact, they only care about themselves. It's all me, 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 me. I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim. Woe is me, I'm a victim. Evil white man patriarchy. Oh my God. It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. I'm not a victim. Never was. Women haven't been victims in North America for a long fucking time. I mean, it depends on what, how you perceive long, but we're not talking geological time here. Dear Lord. You're a real one. Thanks, Maddie. Of course, some of these people like Nicola, I feel like, they hear good news about Trump. They're like, I don't hear you. I don't hear you. But then as soon as a Democrat comes up and tells a big lie saying that no one likes Trump, he's doing so badly, he's going to be like, oh, yes, that's what I want to hear. Now I can tell all my friends, everyone hates Trump. No, that's not true. Not at all. That's a lie. I mean, he's not perfect, right? But let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Some of these people condemn him simply because of his engagement with Stormy Daniels, which was resolved personally between him and his wife. They didn't let, they don't let Melania Trump on Vogue, on the Vogue cover. How many times did they have Michelle Obama on the Vogue cover? And we all know why. They hate the Trump name. Ooh, evil orange man, out to get us. He has done more for, you guys call him homophobic. He had a gay couple married at Mar-a-Lago in 2005, before that was ever really mainstream. He's done more for the black community and helping black neighborhoods than any president in my lifetime, including Obama. It's just ridiculous. And then you have Kamala Harris trying to appeal to black men, young black men, during her campaign, saying, if you vote for me, I'll get you free weed. That's insulting as fuck. The Democrats, they infantilize minorities. They treat black people like they're helpless babies. They literally do treat black people like they're less intelligent. And they sugarcoat it. Like, the white savior complex, kind of like that. It's sickening. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the dishonesty. And I think a lot of people are. I think a lot of people are coming out and telling it like it is, because it's necessary. Trump didn't turn us against each other. The hatred of Trump from leftist politicians and leftist leaders and universities and all that. And I went to university, man. They tried to turn everybody Marxist. They really, they really, really tried to, unless you were a radical feminist, communist supporter or whatever. I got called a misogynist for liking John Steinbeck. We'll leave it at that. That's disgusting. And the only white man in one of my classes, we're supposed to do a self-portrait, and I've mentioned this story. He did a self-portrait of himself as a cowboy overlooking a landscape riding a horse. And the teacher, and she got fired, by the way, later on. I took 3 classes from her, and she was mean to me, too. But she said to him, when we got around to his critique, oh, so you're like a white man colonizing the land. And then it was just a dreadful, awkward silence. He poured his heart out into that work. The way they try to tear white men down is disgusting. Yeah. DEI is soft bigotry, basically, yeah. Sugar-coated bigotry. The left ain't right, well, ain't that the truth? So because you disagree with me, Nicola, you think that I shouldn't ever get paid for my work? You're disgusting. What about diversity in culture? For example, if I'm a marketing team at Baby Best, it's good to have diversity in culture. Legal immigration is fine. But you know what? With illegal immigration, and that's keyword illegal, you have them dumping their criminals onto our country, and you have this upsurging gang rapes like crazy. Not only that, but we shouldn't even let any immigrants into our country while we have Americans who are and veterans living on the streets, unable to afford housing and health care and all that. We need to fix up our system and provide for the American people, make it so that it's affordable to live for, you shouldn't have people whose grandfathers fought in World War II or made ancestors who made America a free country, you shouldn't have these people living on the streets, you know. And meanwhile, they give freebies and government assistance to these illegal immigrants, and it doesn't matter who they are, they're totally under the radar. And you find out they're like fucking related to gangs, and they harm women and all this other stuff. We can't have undocumented illegal immigration. I have nothing against immigration as long as it's, you know, as long as there's a system in place that makes it, you know, fair and not dangerous. And I think we should focus on helping the American people out first, rather than trying to help people out abroad and bring them over here while our American citizens are living on the streets, unable to afford their rent, you know, etc., etc., etc. We need to fix our public school system. And you have all these countries who want to live in America so fucking bad, and yet all they can say about America is, you know, like, fuck America. They hate America. They try to change our country into their country, into their value system. You know, that's just so, it's hypocritical. You know, if you hate our country so much, go back to your own. I think people should be interviewed before they're allowed to migrate here, because you literally do have people who hate our country so much, yet want to live here because they know we've got the benefits. We're the best country on earth. They're jealous. They're jealous of our they're jealous of our accomplishments, our civilization, and they want to, and they hate Christianity. They want to bring us down. You know, there are some countries where they just really, really, really want death to America, and we can't have people like that here. We can't have terrorists, and I don't think we should have domestic terrorists here too. I think they should be sent off. If they hate America so much, send them off somewhere else, because they're more dangerous than anyone. Yeah, you got it right. Keep preaching. Yep. The Democrat voters don't realize the illegal immigrants were about to replace them if Trump hadn't sent them all back. Exactly, and that's the whole point. This is why the Democrats were giving all our Social Security money to them. Social Security money to them. Yes, precisely. And you know what? It's all for one reason and one reason only. The only reason why the Democrats want illegal immigration is because they want more voters. These people will vote for them. The reason why President Sanchez in Spain dumped truckloads of illegal, not illegal, I don't know about it, but dumped truckloads of immigrants into Spain so that it outnumbered the citizens on that island. And you know what? All young men of military age, not a single woman there. The only reason he did that was because Sanchez was losing the election. He was losing. And so he had to dump all those men into that country. And now you have people outnumbering the natives there. They're like, oh, yeah, Sanchez, yes, Sanchez. Otherwise, he would have lost the election. It's all because they know that the average American voter isn't going to vote for that type of insanity. But the reason why illegal immigrants are going to vote for the Democrats is because they're going to allow for them to do whatever they want, stay here and reap all of our benefits, take all of the benefits, and leave all the Americans in the dust, on the street, our fucking veterans who fought for our country being treated like trash. Shame. It's not a robe, it's a shirt. But anyway. Trump would be profiting a lot more, actually, if he didn't become president. This is taken a lot of his money. And it has, it's made him a little bit messy. A lot of people hate Trump. This has endangered his life. It hasn't been lucrative for him, from what I've heard. He would have benefited a lot more himself if he didn't become president. He's not really profiting off of it at all. He's kind of sacrificing himself in a way, you know? He's endangering himself just by being Trump. Wouldn't even fucking matter what he does. If he were to save a drowning puppy, they'd shoot him if they had the chance. They'd probably shoot the dog too, because it's a dog that Trump tried to save. And anything that Trump does is deemed evil, wrong. I learned nothing useful in college. I mean, I learned some useful things when I had really good teachers. I had some good teachers, but some of my other teachers were just terrible, man. They really tried to force Marxism and shit, wokeism and all this other bullshit down your throat. Trump does not even take any salary for being a president. I know, people are just pulling that shit out of their asses. He benefits way less from being president, way less. But he has a goal in mind, and that is to make America great and safe again. He's disappointed in how the Democrats are destroying our beautiful country and trying to turn it into a third world, basically dictatorship. I mean, it's like they don't want the police. They want to defund the police because they want to be the police. They don't want the police because they want to be the police. They want to police everybody around. They want to control speech. They want to tell people what, how to vote or what to do, or, or whether they're good or they're bad. It's ridiculous. Also, if like a minority, like a black person or a gay person votes Republican, you should see how they treat them. They're so condescending towards them. They infantilize them and they treat them like they can't think for themselves. And when they do vote Republican, if like a black person votes Republican, they're going to treat them like they're a traitor to their own kind. Same with women, same with gay people, etc., etc. No, I'm not trans. I couldn't agree with you more. I was a total lefty activist. It's brainwashing. Yes. Sorry, it's going really fast here. Rapes are down under Trump. Migrant workers are safer in both the U.S. and Mexico. Yep, sorry, I'm trying to read, but it's going super fast. And it's, for some reason, that comment disappeared. Okay, I'll try to catch up now. And that's a lie, Imari. That's the sort of thing I do. Okay. Both spam and lying. I don't allow that on my channel. Bye-bye. Yeah, Mari, go back to the North Island and eat your fave food. Rats, I gather. Precisely. No one's telling lies. It's all the truth. Look it up. Oh, but you won't. Because you only want to read or hear what you want to read or hear. Are there no mods? There are no mods right now. I do have mods, but thing is, I'm having my live stream now a little bit later than usual, and they're usually here earlier in the day. So I might select a mod, but I have to be careful about that. I have had people who I too rashly chose as a mod. They asked me if they could be a mod. I'm like, okay. There's that one time I was just too quick with it, and they tried to sabotage my channel. Simply, they pretended to be nice, and then as soon as I let them be a mod, they took that chance to try to sabotage my channel because they didn't agree with my views. So, I got to be careful about that. Now, Trump is not a king. He's our president. But if you mean king as in he rules, as, yes, he's a good guy. Not perfect, none of us are. Trump destroys nuclear weapons that belong to certain countries, I'm being careful with my words, where their entire thing is all about death to America and death to Jews. I'll just leave it at that. We can't have that shit. We can't have them having nuclear weapons because they want America they want to blow up America, basically. They hate us. Anyone remember 9/11? Yeah. You have people like Hassan Piker having the headline of 9/11 framed up on his wall. And he says it's better for white women, Christian women, to get gang raped than other women of different ethnicities and religions. But of course, we have Democrats who wouldn't even bat an eye. They don't give a shit. They'll agree with anything their side says. Anything. Doesn't matter. It won't matter who is president today. They hate Trump. Well, there's a particular hate that they have for Trump, though. You know? I don't think they'll hate Marco Rubio as much as they hated Trump. I don't think they'll hate any president as much as they've hated Trump. He's had more political assassinations than any president ever. Ever. So that says something, doesn't it? And it's definitely not the last, man. He still has a little ways to go. He's got 2 years. He's halfway through this presidency. Imagine, you know, like we gotta, I'll pray for him, man. Because that's all I can do. It's scary, but I do believe God is protecting him. You know, you could really see it. You could really see that aura of, you know, God being present when he got shot in the ear. He just that split second of moving his head slightly. If he didn't move that moment, he would have been gone. And you should just, I mean, God, the way the Democrats just whined and cried about the fact that he missed, it's disgusting. Then when Charlie Kirk actually got shot in the neck and passed away, they were celebrating. I've never seen a Republican act that way when a Democrat passed away, ever. I don't think that, well, I mean, of course you got some who do, you know, you got some bad Republicans out there, surely, who will probably go, yeah, when Biden passes away, but it's not right. And I don't think we'll ever see the same, we won't witness the same scale of depravity and celebrating people's deaths on the right as we have been on the left. It has been so bad on the left, how much they just advocate for our deaths. You know, I know some people who I wouldn't be surprised if they wish me gone. Truly. I you know, at this point, I think we're all pretty aware that, like, when they call you Hitler or they call you Nazi, they call you this and that, they say you're hateful, they say you're a bigot and all this other stuff, we all know it's not true. And we all know that we're not the only ones they do this to. They do it to anybody on the right. Anyone who supports Trump, they view as the Nazis because they want to be victims. They want, you know, they want to pretty much, they see it as a Disney movie. They say this world is a Disney movie where we're the bad guys and they're the good guys. It's so fucked up. They see in black and white terms. They can't think outside the box unless it benefits them or implicates Trump in something bad. That's all they care about. That's the only reason why they care about the Epstein files, so they can implicate Trump. They could care less about women. They can care less about the little girls. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow for illegal immigration and all the crime and assault and rape and murder that's ensued in its wake. You don't know me, oh, you 8. I was homeschooled. I've read a lot of books. I like Nick Shirley. I like Blair White. And Let's see. Um, I hmm. I can think of a few others, but like Asmongold. I don't agree with everything he says though. I'm pro-life, and I don't agree with everything. Um, I like I mean, my main source of news is pretty much Nick Shirley, man. I love Nick Shirley. I fucking love Nick Shirley. He's great. I don't watch a ton of news, but I see what I see, and it's the fucking truth. You know, I watched that interview that the Doge guy gave. Remember that interview with that Doge kid talking about how they were, putting DEI into everything and they took it out basically. It was a pretty interesting interview, man. Very smart kid. Elon Musk knows how to hire good ones. I'll tell you what. But yeah, it's I don't even know why I answered that question, because the reason why people demand that you cite your sources in this sense is so that they can get you in a gotcha moment and tell you that you're uneducated, you know nothing. This is what they do, and it's pathetic. In fact, you don't need to even watch the news to see what's going on. It's so fucking obvious. Have you seen the footage of what's going on in Spain right now? This is what they want happening to America. This is what the left wants. They want illegal immigration so that they'll get more voters. That's it. That's the only reason. And it's backfiring, and I love it. Wow, fucking A. Got a few chodes. I'm just gonna, pass. I don't really watch the news much. No. Yeah, every now and then I'll pass by when someone else is watching the news. I've heard ground news is pretty good, right? But I typically watch like podcasters, journalists like Nick Shirley, and that sort of thing. There's a guy I'm thinking of. I just cannot remember the name for the life of me right now, because I'm kind of new to him, but And who is that woman I watched? Like Dana, I think her first name's Dana. I like her. Sometimes I like what's it? Sky News Australia. That can be pretty good. No, I don't watch it all the time. Benny Johnson is all right, but he does a lot of clickbait, and a lot of times I'll watch one of his videos. It's something that I already know. I already learned about this, and there's like clickbait there, but there's nothing new to learn, which is kind of sketchy to me. Let's see, who's that other guy in Congress? I really like Blair White too, but I'd say, yeah, just my favorite source for like news is Nick Shirley by far. He's our champion. Charlie Kirk is lost. I watched him too. That's where I got a lot of my, insight as well. I watched a ton of Charlie Kirk before he passed away. I love him. Yeah, anyone telling me I'm uneducated is probably, some of these people are they're the dumbest people you'll ever fucking meet. Or they're just naive, or just pompous as fuck. Because they went to university, they got an education, they got brain rotted and brainwashed, and they think they know everything now. And they probably speak with all the buzzwords, all the keywords. When I went to university, I noticed that like people were constantly saying the word collective. It was so fucking annoying, man. Even at that time when I was a liberal, it made me cringe. And I'm just thinking, wow. You know, I got a sense, and I knew deep down that they're trying to promote communism. They're trying to eradicate the individual. They're trying, you know, turn us into a hive mind. Is what they want. No to Sharia law, exactly. Exactly. And you literally do have Democrats who want Sharia law. I want to donate. Well, thank you. If you want to donate, my information is all pinned here in the chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to, if not, it's okay. Which country am I from? The USA. Oregon at that. So I'm surrounded by a lot of liberals. We might become a Republican state for the first time in 40 years, though. Avoid the things that stress you. They make you smoke. Yeah. Well, I do this all the time, unfortunately. I really need to stop. Whether I'm stressed or not, I really need to stop that shit, man. It's a bad habit. Really bad habit. I'm very sad and depressed. Thank you for existing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Red Sox, but I'm glad that I can be here to offer you some, you know, source of comfort. Just hang in there, man. I know this is super cliche, but tomorrow is a new day. What's a song you've been liking these days? Oh my. Well, I really like, I was listening to George Harrison's song, what was it called? All Those Years Ago. It's about, I think he wrote that song for Ringo Starr and their friendship at first, but it didn't seem to, you know, it just didn't really pan out. He didn't like, you know, it just didn't work. So he brought that song out again. He dug it back up, and after John Lennon passed away, and he wrote that song for John Lennon instead. And I think that's a really beautiful song. Been listening to George Harrison a lot lately. Try intentional stoppage, put a timer on it, 2 days off, 2 a week. That's not a bad idea, Sherry. I'd have to start out really small though, because I do have a very hard time, man. In fact, when I don't have it, I can't even let it charge, because I'm just like, where is it? Where is it? You know, it's like I'm always reaching for it. I'm always like, just automatically, I'm doing nothing. I'm just like, oh wait, it's not there. You know, it's so frustrating, because I would love to be free from that shit, and it's super difficult. I'm having a real hard time with that. Sing the whole song? Oh, I don't know the song by heart, but I can find the lyrics and try singing it. I'm not a good singer, by the way. I know that. But it just shits and giggles. All those years ago. Okay. I'll put you guys over here for a minute. Whew. I'm shouting all about love. Well, they treated you like a dog when you were the one who had made it so clear. all those years ago. Talking about how to give. Wait. Gosh, man. I'm forgetting how that goes. I have to listen to it again, actually. Talk about how to give, but don't ever. Okay, I can't. Next time I'll listen to the song again and see if I can just that particular stanza. I just don't remember how the melody goes. Living with good and bad, I always look up to you. Now we're left cold and sad by someone, the devil's best friend, someone who offended all. We're living in a bad dream. They've forgotten all about mankind, and you were the one they backed up to the wall all those years ago. You were the one who imagined it all those years ago. That is appropriate for John Lennon. You were the one who imagined it all. The song Imagine, you know, it works. Deep in the darkest night, I send out a prayer to you. Now in the world of light, where the spirit free of the lies, all is what we despise. They've forgotten all about God. He's the only reason we exist. Yet you were the one that they said was so weird all those years ago. You said it all, though not many had ears all those years ago. You had control of our smiles and our tears all those years ago. And how about Ringo Starr? Listen to the Beatles a lot. Ringo Starr's Oh, and I also really like Hank Williams Jr. It's a good one. I know one of his songs by heart. I can sing one of his songs by heart if you want. Rip Dolly Parton. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, my group did not crucify John Lennon. Come on. Not only that, but the Republican Party was different back then. You can't compare the Republican Party back in the 70s to the way it is now. I don't know what it was like in the 70s, but it wasn't like the way it is now. It was this one fanatic, extremist, radical extremist, who was triggered because John Lennon said that they were more popular than Christ. He said that, and one guy traveled across state lines and waited around for days in New York to arrive at the Dakota and shoot him. After he asked him to sign his autograph, which he did. So, yeah, nice try. Nice fucking try, man. I think everybody, including Republicans, were heartbroken when John Lennon passed away. Now, we can all have different opinions on his whole, like, lay in bed with Yoko shit. But whatever, right? I'm sure there were criticisms there. You know, you had all of them, like, you know, like those damn hippies back then. But, no, it was... We weren't celebrating John Lennon's death the way you would probably celebrate Charlie Kirk's at all. And people all across the board, left and right, grieved when he passed away. Everybody loved John Lennon for his genius, for his music and everything else. Of course, you know, And he also was able to admit and take accountability for how he treated his wife and his son, you know, even though his son is left with a scar from all of it. You know, he's not perfect either. But he, you know, we can appreciate his musical genius. And he was, you know, deep down, he, you know, he was a good person. He took accountability and he tried to change. He really put an effort into trying to become a better person. And that matters. That's important. Because there's some people who just can't take accountability. They can't admit when they're wrong, you know? I like Lennon, but he wasn't perfect in any means. Exactly, exactly. You know, people these days, they like to pick and prod and poke and find anything negative about people, you know? It's like we can all acknowledge that he wasn't perfect, fine. But, you know, it's like they're looking for reasons to hate. People want, you know, so many of these people just want a reason to hate somebody. It's ridiculous. You should know he would hate Trump. Well, we don't know that. We don't know that, actually. We really don't. There's no way to know. And you shouldn't be speaking for John Lennon. There's no, you know, maybe he wouldn't be all for all the illegal immigration and the gang rapes and all that shit. And all, you know, all of our tax dollars going to the illegal immigrants and the top 1%. Black Lives Matter funds all going to the rich people in their mansions and not to helping black people. Meanwhile, Trump has done more to help black neighborhoods than any other president in my lifetime. Yet you don't want to admit that, do you? Thank you very much, Michael. Kiss your dimple to end hate. Thank you, Michael Walling. I appreciate that very, very much. Trump is not destroying us, man. Biden was destroying us. What, you think because we don't have as much gang rape here now because of we're focusing on the welfare of Americans and not letting illegal immigration in here like full sway so that even they dump their criminals onto us? Oh, you think that making our country safer and dismantling and rebuilding certain systems which were corrupt and uh, uh, canceling funds going to like other countries, basically like LGBTQ education in South Africa or whatever it was, you know, that kind of shit. When you got people here that are just homeless and struggling and not able to find jobs or bad education and all this other shit. We need to fix our country and help our people before we let all this illegal or even immigration in general into our country. We need to organize it better. We've had way less crime after Trump, and actually, you know, Democrats and whatever CNN you watch, they're probably all telling you that Trump is bad or that, you know, that no one likes him, you know, people are disappointed in him, all that. I think it's all a lie. I think that's all a lie. Now, you might have people like fucking Tucker Carlson, you know, saying all kinds of shit that doesn't even make sense, you know, and then backtracking on what he says and saying, oh, I never said that. Oh, I never said that. I don't talk like that because I'm Tucker Carlson. That's just how I talk. I know. What was it that I forget what it was. It was so ridiculous. And then he said, oh, I never said that. Yeah, you did. What was it? It was a little bit ago, a little while ago. Let's see. And I'm not saying that all liberals are bad at all. You know, some of them are fine, you know. I like Bill Maher a lot. I think he's, you know, got a good head on his shoulders and he's able to admit when he's wrong and doesn't have the Trump derangement syndrome. I think Democrats are okay if they don't have Trump derangement syndrome and they're not all about the identity politics and letting domestic terrorism and just terrorism in general run rampant in our country and Sharia law and all that bullshit. And when they're not freaking Jew haters, like a lot of them are now, you know. I'll bet that's a big thing that turned Bill Maher off because he's Jewish. I mean, before he wasn't able to admit that Biden's basically senile, you know? And I was like, what? Come on, Bill. You've got better sense than that. This is way after, like, this was a long time after Biden's election. Like, everybody was attuned to the fact that Biden is decrepit. No, I'm not shaming his age or anything like that. I don't like it when people make fun of him for being senile, because, you know, it could happen to us. It could happen to anybody. It's a horrible, sad part of life. But he's a terrible man. He's evil. You know, he really fucked up our country, along with the Bordazar, Kamala Harris. Just let everybody in. Didn't matter if they were criminals, just let everybody in. Oh no. You see, that's what they do. They weaponize it. I'm not racist at all. Not one bit, not even a little bit. I'm talking about your racism. I'm talking about your sugar-coated racism and infantilizing minorities. That's racist. I stick up for black people and gay people and just minorities and women, minorities in general. I stand up for them. You fucking liar. I'm talking about how the Democrats sugarcoat and infantilize minorities. And, you know, you pretend to be like that you're supporting minorities, but you really don't. As soon as they say they voted for Trump, you call them traitors. You don't listen to them. You condescend them and patronize them and treat them like they can't make their own decisions or think for themselves. No, I'm standing up for them. Shame on you. Solace. Actually, Trump reduced the inflation rate and people are making more per week now in Trump's record second term. Precisely. That's what I'm hearing. Exactly. You are skilled in speech. Oh, thank you. I never thought I was that good at talking, but thank you. Actually, I was homeschooled, you dickwad. MacDean. I was homeschooled. You're projecting, obviously. The school system, 97% of college university professors are liberal. Did you know that? And in schools, they're trying to teach children about sexuality, which they shouldn't even be thinking about when they're like fucking 5. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, these projecting little liars. Oh, I have nothing. No, it's not. It's not racist, Solace. Not one bit. I'm against gang raping. I'm against Sharia law. I'm against genital mutilation. I'm against honor killings. I'm against that kind of shit. That's not racism at all. And there are a lot of people in those countries who are against that too. And when they move over here or wherever, you know, where they're safe from persecution or whatever, they blow the whistle. You know, you have women who've lived in those conditions under that, you know, within that culture, and they talk about this stuff. Meanwhile, you have libtards like yourself, and discrediting them, dismissing them, telling them it's propaganda. Imagine how much that hurts them. I think this thing with taking over women's sports and letting just any man say they're a woman so they can transfer to female prisons and trying to transition little children, that damages the trans community. That makes people, I mean, if there's no common sense whatsoever, you know, it's like you say you identify as a squirrel, you can say that, you know, that makes the trans community look ridiculous to most people, including Democrats. And, you know, and that's not what I think of them. Again, I watch Blair White, I watch Buck Angel, I have trans people who are close to me, and I'm not going to mention their names because I would never throw them under the bus. You're a fucking liar. I am not racist. I am none of those things, and that's exactly what the left does. That, you know, so if they disagree with you, they just, with their trembling little fingers, they scream racist. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And you're also, you know, a lot of you guys are so anti-Semitic. You can't deny that. I'll just ignore these assholes. They're just liars. I haven't been... Oh, brother. Trump actually got the United States energy independence 7 years ago. Biden did stuff to screw with that and makes it not as good, but we're getting back to where it was. Exactly. It takes time. It takes time. Thank you very much, Cindy Clark. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, I figured this, I expected this. It's par for the course. I'm sure, you know, other Republican or moderate to Republican YouTubers get this kind of hate. You know, imagine, you know, like people call Blair White this and that, and she's trans. You know, people call Asmongold racist, and he's absolutely not. You know, it's blah 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 blah. That's all it is. They're not listening. They're just spewing out buzzwords and whatever. It's just super annoying, and insults. If they disagree with you on this sort of stuff, all they can do is call you names and insult you and try to discredit you and make other people hate you. That's all they want. They want for other people to gang up on you. Like in Minnesota, you have these gangs of radical leftists tromping around, going into parking garages and investigating to see if someone has a bumper sticker or some, like, they attacked a man literally because he had a Texas license plate. He was just in a Esplanade parking lot, you know, about to go into a restaurant, and he couldn't because all these cars and were honking their horns. People were whistling, and that's a signal in Minnesota now to alert people to the assumption that this person is a Trump supporter, this person's an ICE supporter. Well, one time they beat up one of their own because they thought it was an ICE supporter, and he was a white man. They just assumed it because he was a white man and just looked like a white straight man, just, you know, just, it wasn't given anything but white man. They just start punching him, assuming that he supports ICE. And he's like, I'm one of you guys. Once he got off the ground and came to, he blacked out for a bit. And they're like, one of the Karens of the group said, he's one of us. Ugh, good God. This is who these people are. This is who these people are. And they also act like the transatlantic, like black slavery is the only type of slavery that ever existed. When North Africans enslaved Slavic Europeans, white people, like, I think this was like the 1800s. By like 2 million people. 2 million people were enslaved. But they don't ever talk about that, do they? You know, every single culture on this, every single race on this planet has enslaved some group. You know, you had Africans selling other Africans to slave traders, or I mean to, you know, what God, why am I having a brain fart now? Whatever, you know what I mean. Slave masters. I'll bet as soon as I stumble on a word and don't remember a word, which means nothing, by the way, people are going to say, oh, she knows nothing. She's stupid. Oh my God, she's so uneducated. Fucking stupid. Oh yeah. It's called the Barbary slave trade. The Barbary slave trade involved the enslavement of many Europeans, including Slavic individuals, by North African pirates from the 16th to the 19th centuries. From the 16th to the 19th centuries, guys. But they never talk about that, do they? These pirates raided ships and coastal towns, capturing people to sell into slavery, significantly impacting European demographics and history. But they never talk about that, do they? Overview of the Barbary slave trade. The Barbary slave trade was a significant historical phenomenon. Geographic scope. The trade primarily occurred along the Barbary coast of North Africa, encompassing modern-day Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. Victims. A little less than I thought. An estimated 1.25 million Europeans, including many Slavs, were enslaved during this period, highlighting the scale of the trade. Pirate activity. Barbary pirates operated from coastal bases, raiding ships and coastal settlements in Europe, particularly targeting vulnerable areas. Cultural impact. The enslavement of Europeans contributed to demographic changes in both Europe and North Africa, influencing social structures and relations between cultures. Yeah. Not to mention how the Irish were treated. Do we ever talk about that? No. No, we don't. So yeah, treating white people like they're all the villains, and like you guys all think this is like a Disney movie. I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about these white liberal Karens. That's what I'm talking about. There are a lot of black people who agree with me. I have nothing against any other race besides, I don't have any issue. I don't even have an issue with people who are Muslim, as long as they're not promoting terrorism in my country, as long as they're not, promoting Sharia law and just harming women, I'm fine. And there are lots of Muslims who don't agree with that, I would assume, You can't be racist toward a religion. Exactly, man. Well said. That precisely. That's how condescending these libtards are towards these people. They. Good God. Notice Republicans say things like, "Here are the statistics." Yeah, all the points on the graph create a nice line. Exactly. Notice Republicans say things like, "Here are the statistics." Democrats say that can't possibly be true because I hate you. Oh yeah, precisely. That is so true. That is so true, SR. And this Solus Tapia idiot here says, if you don't know that Trump is a convicted R-wordist, then you have shown you are wholly unqualified to talk about politics. Can you show me the proof that he is any of those things? Can you show me the proof that he's a convicted R-wordist? Because actually, no, he's not. There is no proof of that. He has not been convicted of that. That's a lie. And I think you've got to know that, man. That's a lie. Fucking A. Can you tell me, can you give me sources, Solus Tapia, for that? I don't care if Trump gives us free healthcare. He's an R-wordist. Can you show me the proof of that? Can you provide any links, any proof, any evidence whatsoever? Other than him being mentioned in the files simply because they wanted to blackmail him? They wanted to get rid of him simply because he was exposing them? Trump was exposing those sickos before anyone really knew much about it at all. Like, no one was talking about Epstein. And he was condemning him and blowing the whistle. I don't doubt you care. If you were to save children if you were to end trafficking altogether, you would still hate him and accuse him of these lies. Shame on you. Hi, Mez. You see, man, how hostile and mean they get when they don't agree with you? And they just start calling you all these things that you just definitely have, you're just not. It's just so fucking dumb. You're obviously homeschooled, as should all be, because you're not regurgitating the lefty narrative that is fed in schools. Precisely, man. Precisely. And I was born in 1991. I don't know how it would be when I was young, you know? But yeah, I mean, I remember back when I was in elementary school, people talking about how shitty the education system was. You know, we had Bush and the No Child Left Behind, and that's when our education system really went to shit. And I, you know, of course I didn't know much about that back then because I was a little kid, but you know, I heard people talk about it, and I learned more about it as I got older. It's really bad. I know. I'm subscribing to your channel. Thank you, Hyssop. Thank you very, very much. Solicitations in Las Vegas have gone down 20% in the past year from trafficked individuals. Chris, are you ambidextrous? I am. So was my grandfather and 2 of my 3 children. I wish I was ambidextrous, man. That would make life a lot easier. Man, that'd be a cool. That's like a superpower. What the fuck am I wearing? You don't like this? Whatever. I don't care. I like it. One day at a time. I'm very proud of you, girl. Thank you, BSF. I appreciate that. Absolutely. One day at a time. That's how I got through addiction. That's part of it, you know, one day at a time. I've gotten this far. I'm going to keep going. And I know that the more I apply myself to my recovery, the more doors are going to open for me and the better life can be if I really just pursue positive things, go out and meet new people and all that stuff. You know, I should not, me being so reclusive at times is kind of dangerous. You know, I end up playing too many video games. But I am going to a potluck later this month. I'm gonna go, you know, it's a group I've joined on like the Meetup app, and I'm gonna just meet new people, and we'll see how that goes. Should be fun. I'm gonna bring a dish. I think that's a great way to meet potential partners, like, you know, just showcasing your cooking abilities. Hey man, I wouldn't mind being married to someone who is a really good cook. The liberal news is acting like Trump ruined Las Vegas. Yeah, of course. Of course, they all lie. They lie constantly. Yep, Trump helped them girls, indeed. Hey, Anne, would you mind if we talk about your paintings and things like that instead of politics before I go to bed? Absolutely, man. I get it. Sure. Sure. Let me show you one. Let me show you one big painting that's kind of hard to get out. I want to scrape it. Oh dear. Okay, I really have to organize this place. Let me show you this though. This is one of my favorite paintings. It's a larger one. This painting is oopsie. So this is from I took a photo of these 2 gentlemen on the street. They appeared to be veterans. They just, you know, with this guy came up in his wheelchair and just started shaking this guy's hand, and they were greeting each other, well, you know, with so much affection in their countenances. And I just took out my camera and just click, you know, it just took a photo, and it ended up being a really nice photograph. But here's the painting that I created from that photo. You can find that photo. It's also, I made it a black and white photo. It's on my Instagram. But this is a big painting on panel, oil paint, by the way, that I created from that. Here's some of the detailing there. Yeah, so show you guys some of the detailing. The trees in the background. I don't know how well you guys see the semi-abstract dogs there. So yeah, I like that style. I'd say post-impressionism and expressionism are my favorite styles. Let's see here. And here's another one. Here's another oil painting on panel of someone I know. Just gonna, it's a light, it's kind of a dark blue background, so I just, yeah, can kind of see the textures there. And yeah, I like the way that one turned out too. And here, let me, I don't know if you saw this one. I always show this one on my stream because it's my favorite painting, or one of them. This was a oil painting on panel of my best friend. He passed away 5 years ago. But this is oil on panel. Brilliant guy. Yeah. And of course, since this is so close to me, I'll show it to you. And I do watercolors as well. You can check out my art on my Instagram, by the way. It's all pinned here, and you know, you can see a lot more of my art on my Instagram. This is a portrait of John Steinbeck, watercolor and charcoal on paper. So there's, I like how I did that one at my grandma's house from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I remember very distinctly. I only got up to use the restroom. I was really into that painting. It's one of my favorites. So there's some of my paintings right there. And let's see. I'll show you one of these too. I'll show you a few of these. This is, I sold these to my brother, and he just forgot to get them because he moved. But I kept them safe for him. This is Beethoven. My brother plays the piano. This is Beethoven. My favorite one is Chopin here. Watercolors. Chopin. Okay, Shand, I'll let you in. Bach. And Mozart. Okay, so put those away. Anything happening to those? I gotta clean it up. I gotta clean this area and organize it. Okay, Shanda, I'll let you in, baby. Okay, 1 minute, guys. Come on in, baby boy. You've already had your supper. You don't need to eat right now, bud. Honey, you're a little overweight. We don't want you to get so unhealthy. Okay. So there's them apples. Bush had no child left behind. Obama changed it to Every Student Succeeds Act. Basically the same thing, but pushes the budget to the states. Yeah. But yeah, guys, let's since we're ending this live stream pretty soon, we're gonna stop talking about politics. You know, just so that for the people who are about to retire for the evening, go to bed, they end on a more peaceful note. There's a lot of meanies here who just start calling names, and it's just not a good vibe. So Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I can occasionally draw, but not consistently well. Painting is so hard, though. Well, it takes practice, man. It really does. There are times when, I have to redo a painting or a drawing because it doesn't turn out the way I like. It's not always perfect every time. That's what some people tend to um, miss, uh, get wrong about artists. There's some people who literally think that artists are just a fountain of never-ending creativity and ideas. And that's not the case. Ideation takes work. You draw inspiration from various elements and then combine it into your own whole. Sometimes you have to do research in order to find an idea. It's there's this, it's limited. You have to work to come up with these ideas for paintings, and usually it's like inspiration from this source and that source and that source. It could be like I read a poem by Baudelaire, I'm inspired by a song, and Toulouse-Lautrec's paintings, and nature, whatever, anything, my dog, combine it all into a whole, and you make it into something of your own. That's why they say that artists steal, but not in the literal sense. It's not like plagiarism or anything. We just take various elements of inspiration from various sources and combine it into our own work. And I think that's beautiful. Kind of looks like John Lennon. Actually, I'll take that as a compliment. Hey, glad to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. You look well. Amazing paintings, by the way. Thank you, transphobe. It's good to see your name here, too. Thank you. When did she cut her hair? It looks so good. Thank you, Brad. B-Rad. I cut my hair like last week. Like a week ago, it seems. Except time does go by pretty fast. You are a great artist. Thank you, Solace. Wow, that's really good, Anne. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Wow, that is amazing. Thank you. Painting is hard. Doing portraits is the hardest painting you can do. Look at how good those are. Thank you, Yimi. Or Yime. Yeah, that's the subject in painting that I would say I'm best at. I have a hard time with like machinery or motorcycles, objects that are just inorganic and geometric. I need practice with that sort of thing, although I can render it with, with many tries, lots of practice, and just applying and reapplying, especially if the paint is super malleable, I like to semi-abstract stuff like that so that it works well with my style. But I am best with organic subjects like landscapes, portraits, animals, things that move and breathe. I'm better at that sort of stuff. But thank you. Yeah, I love painting portraits. That's my favorite thing to paint, actually. It's really satisfying when I manage to capture the essence of a person's character and someone tells me and they're able to immediately guess who it is that I painted, even if it's semi-abstract. I love that. Wow, how cool and great talent. I subscribe. Thank you, Skinny Vici. Thank you. So when I was an addict, but during the worst of my addiction, I became really rusty with my painting because I didn't paint much. So yeah, even if you're good at painting, if you don't practice it, you do become rusty, and it's very discouraging and depressing when, you keep you're just trying to come up with something good, but nothing seems to really, you just can't get it right. But it takes practice. You need to get back into the feel and the momentum of it as well, So it works to do some practice sketches and preliminary drawings before setting on a painting, because paint's expensive, you know. But I'm loving how, I love how my Christ painting turned out. It was a long time since I painted in oils since then, or before then. But it's on my Instagram. I did post it. It's all boxed up. I wish I could show you, but it's all boxed up now. You definitely have talent, girl. Awesome sauce. Thank you. Who drew those pictures? Me. Would you ever go to a park and paint outdoors? I have before, and yeah, I would. I love that. Painting in plein air. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I love that. It's a little too hot here right now. It's like it was 101 degrees yesterday. And that's definitely not something that, you know, you'd want to do if you paint in acrylics. I don't paint in acrylics, by the way, but I have before. And the paint dries like instantly out in the sun. For that, you need a spray bottle. You got to spray water on it constantly to keep the paint wet. But I prefer oils and watercolors by far. And I've done scratch boards. Scratch boards really fun. It's like etching. But with scratch boards, you want to be careful because you have some type of substrate with a black surface, and if you touch it, even if you've washed your hands a million times with soapy with dish soap, you're still gonna get your natural oils from your fingers on that substrate, and it ruins it. So be careful about that. Scratch board, it's so much fun. I'll look this up and show you. Scratch board. I was thinking about doing that because it's so satisfying. Etching basically. And you use all these different like wire tools to create different textures. It's so fun. I know it's probably in here somewhere. I'd love to start doing that again. Oh, it's, yeah. Like clay board. Yeah, it's clay coated. That's the thing. Yeah, with scratch board, the substrate is clay coated. And so if you touch it with the cleanest of fingers, you're going to still get like a fingerprint permanently on there. And it would really suck. That's why if you're doing scratch board, I recommend getting some piece of parchment paper or some just tracing paper. Just, you know, to protect it. You know, keep your, if you tend to draw, oftentimes my hand touches my substrate as I'm drawing like that to keep it steady. So it's good to, you know, have stuff like tracing paper, you know, to help you with that. I can draw, and I've done stipple pen. Oh, I love stipple. And ink artwork. I never gravitated to painting. I was gonna do charcoal, but never started any pieces with charcoals. I like doing charcoal with painting, you know, like doing the whole, you know, sketching or drawing your background and your subject and your whole image with charcoal, and then painting over that. With you start with your underpainting with a thin layer. You want the fat over lean rule. Otherwise, if you do it the other way around with lean over fat, of course the fat layers are going to dry a lot more slowly, and the thin layers are going to dry first. So you'll have the top layer drying before the bottom layers, and it'll end up cracking that top layer once the fat layers begin to dry. So you will always want the fat over lean rule. So start with a thin underpainting of, like, you know, just mix it with Gamsol or turpentine, and just use colors, like focus on your values like sepia, or you can make it all tones of brown or blue or red, you know, those, you know, and then proceed with more layers. You know, add a little bit of walnut oil and Galkid to it to increase the gloss and the viscosity. And it just as you wait for that one to dry, and then you apply another layer with a little more walnut oil, just fat over lean. You could also do the wet on wet technique, which is what Bob Ross did, which is basically you just, wet on wet, basically. A lot of very thick paintings are like that, like impasto. Great work. I especially like the thoughtfulness in their eyes. Very cool. Thank you, Emilu. Gotta work in the morning. Okay, Todd, you have a good rest. Okay. Hope you have a good day at work tomorrow. Did you draw those pictures? I drew and I painted them. Yep. Have I painted John Wayne? I have not, Arnold. But if you'd like to commission me for a painting of John Wayne, I would love to paint that for you. I was thinking about painting Nick Shirley too. Good job on all of your paintings, Anne. Thank you, Mez. Thank you. Would you be willing to sell one of your paintings to me? Absolutely, Terry. So my information is pinned here in the chat. We can talk about that. You can send me a message on my Instagram if you'd like, or my Discord, and I'd be very, very happy to discuss that with you and sell you a painting. Absolutely, Terry. I'd be happy to do that. I worked as a nurse for the family in Vermont that had the last Rockwell. Ooh, Grandpa, who passed, had it hidden in his office wall. Really? Wow. Norman Rockwell was one of my first favorite artists, actually. I had a Norman Rockwell calendar, and when I was a teenager, I was obsessed with him. I had a book. I had a book of his paintings too, like a coffee table book, and man, I loved his paintings so much. You just the character in their eyes and in their faces and everything. He's a genius. Does my brother play classical piano? He does, Roger. The one you did of your best friend is quite impressive. And the two men and the dog. Thank you. Thank you, Yaim. Yeah, those are some of my favorite ones that I just wanted to show you. Thank you, love you. Thank you. You really are ridiculously adorable. Thank you, Chris. I remembered the day when John Lennon was shot. Yeah, that was, gee, man. In just 5 years, I will be John Lennon's, no, I shouldn't say that. In 4.5 years, I'm going to be John Lennon's age when he passed away. Someone told me that when they did his autopsy, John Lennon, he had the constitution, the physical, bodily constitution of a man in his 90s. I don't know. He did look really gaunt. I read the Keith Richards autobiography. It's really good, Life. And he mentioned John Lennon in one of the chapters, where he said John Lennon could not handle his alcohol or his drugs or whatever. He was all at parties. It wasn't long before he was puking all over the place. In the bathrooms, in the toilet, But John Lennon he had a weak stomach when it came to that stuff. Even though he did it, he did it anyway. So far above average is ridiculous. Above, you really are ridiculously adorable. Well, thank you. Thank you, man. When are the rights he tries to let the person see what you paint? When are the rights he tries to let the person see what you paint? When are the rights he tries to let the person see what you paint? Oh, I don't know what you're trying to ask me, man. But if, I should do more like painting live streams. It's just, uh, since I haven't done that many oil paintings lately, or I don't get as many oil commissions lately. I kind of start out slow because I do want for it to be rendered the way I want it to be, just right. So I really give it a lot of care and commitment and focus. I'm really careful and punctilious about my work to make sure that I don't screw it up if someone has commissioned me for it. So you also don't want to be too precious. Like Kandinsky was the father of abstract art, and he said you want to be like the horseman guiding the horse. So your canvas is the the spontaneity of your creativity. You want to have that spontaneity, but you also want to control it. You want to guide it with reason, and then you come up with a harmonious piece. That's a beautiful process, if you ask me. Dolly Parton died this morning. I know. I just found out during the stream. Actually, I was opened up my Google, and then that's the first thing I saw. I know. I loved her. To capture the likeness of a human face and get it right is truly a feat, though. Thank you, Yaim. It's what yeah. It feels really good, I have to say. Like riding a bike, exactly, Todd. Yeah, just practice, 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 and you'll get better. Or learning an instrument, or so on. You get better and better and better. Absolutely. It's like when people say they can't paint and they'll never be able to paint. I'm sorry, man, but if you practice it and you enjoy practicing it, you'll practice more and you will get better. It's like some people really, they just romanticize the idea of being an artist, and they fall in love with the idea, but they can't commit to it because it's a lot of work and a lot of practice and a lot of trial and error and failure at first. Same with relationships in a way. It's like people fall in love with the idea of romance and being in love and marriage and all that, but they can't commit to it because they don't truly love that person. They fell in love with the honeymoon phase of it, and then it just doesn't last. Same with people who say I want to be an artist, but they don't bother to practice because it's too much work, and there's a lot of heartbreak and disappointment involved too, and it's expensive. Not to mention relationships can be expensive too. So yeah, you have to love it. You have to practice. And practice, sometimes it can be a little defeating, and you might not feel good about it at first, but as you begin to improve, and it might take a little while, once you begin to improve in your painting, you get this rush of like dopamine, and you just feel really good, man. You feel like you've come over a long way over a hurdle, and now it's like you can experiment and you can have fun with it. In fact, you should just start out having fun with it. Don't even worry about it sucking or anything like that. Play with color theory, play with the different pigments and how they mix. Look up YouTube videos, watch tutorials on how people paint, mix paint, construct compositions, linear perspective, and all that shit. The directions of your brush stroke it's a big thing. Just there's lots of tutorials and sources online, and your materials don't even have to be expensive for that matter, especially when starting out. I would not recommend you go to Blick and spend $300, $400 at all if you're just starting out. In fact, you could just try it with colored pencils, Prismacolor colored pencils, and regular printer paper, and just practice like cross-hatching and color theory and all that. And with painting, just, it doesn't have to be super expensive. Watercolors can be not that expensive. You can find a lot of different media that isn't expensive at all, that you can just experiment with. And it can also be just as enticing to look at is something that was painted with like really, really like Sennelier or Williamsburg or something like that, you know? Which I love Williamsburg and Sennelier, don't get me wrong. I love that shit, man. And it's lasted me a long time too, despite the fact that I do use it a lot. My apologies. When a person writes, he writes as you paint. Abstract is very important in both painting and writing. No, with painting, it's a little more, I don't know. With writing, I'm sometimes I struggle to interpret what I just want to know what a person's trying to say is all. Intelligent, very smart. Thank you, Todd. Do you have a self-portrait painting? I would be interested. I would be interested in purchasing one. I did have to paint a self-portrait in college, but I just don't know where it is. I would love to do that though. In fact, I should make a self-portrait, sell one to you as I am right now because I'm clean from heroin. The last self-portrait I did, I was high on heroin. So I'd like to do a self-portrait while I'm clean. And, yeah, I would love to sell that to you, man. Just, yeah, I'll work on that, in fact. I'll get to work on that. Just let me know what size you want and what you'd be willing to pay for it. Because if it's a much smaller substrate, I can make it a lot cheaper. If you'd like a medium substrate, like the one that's like Adrian up there that I just showed you, or the Christ painting, those are like, I think they were 9 by 11, I think. Or maybe it was 14 by 11. Actually, I think it's 14 by 11. I could do that. That's a good size. But I have to buy the materials and all that. There's also shipping costs. There's the price of the medium itself. So that kind of all adds up. And we can discuss this on my Instagram if you'd like. I'd be very happy to sell you a painting, man. My hair did used to be longer. I cut it myself, man. Are you classically trained in art or just picked it up over the years? I pretty much just picked it up over the years. I never took art classes until I was in college. And even then, so the first art class I took, the first time I painted in oils ever, and I've been drawing and painting in watercolor my whole life. But I first started painting in oils when I was like 20, let's see, this was 2014, so 23. And at the end of my first portrait was of Carl Sagan. So my teacher at the very end of the class, oh yeah, I also painted an octopus, and I tried to paint the karst topography of southern China, like the Li River. It got stolen because I accidentally left it in the public restroom of that college. That really sucked. C'est la vie, I guess. And there was this other painting I did at first. Actually, that might have, I'm not sure if that was it. But anyway, Carl Sagan was the main one. And it was my first oil painting. And at the end of the whole semester, the teacher takes me into the back room. No one else came. It was just, he just asked me to go back there. So I thought might have been in trouble. Because usually when someone ask me to, kind of singles me out and asks me to come with them, I'm like, uh-oh, what did I do? But anyway, he said, have you ever painted in oils before? I said, no. And he said, I don't know what you're going to do with your life, but don't stop painting, please. And he gave me like 5 used canvases, which is a treasure. Those canvases are hella expensive, and all you got to do to fix them is sand them down and apply some gesso. And then you have a brand new substrate that's just beautifully primed and ready to go. So he said that to me, and that meant a lot to me. So that was the first time I ever painted in oils when I was 23. And so, yeah, I mean, I could understand when I was a kid. I'm sure my parents were afraid I'd stain everything and make a mess and all that, There's that. Hey, Ann, can you see how many people that dropped when you stopped talking politics? I know, right? How many people that dropped when you stopped? I know, I know. I know. Actually, I wasn't looking up there, but yeah, I can see it. It's okay. You know, it's a veritable feast here, so to speak. Also, kind of proof that conservatives can be creative too and love art. I know the liberals like to hijack all art and act like only, you know, that conservatives can't be creative and all this other shit and that they own art. I mean, they basically hijack everything. The education system, art, Hollywood movies, everything. Music, you know. 97% of colleges run like it. Anyway, sorry, I said I'd stop talking about that shit. Ugh. I go on a tangent. That's why I call myself Tangent T instead. So if I go to Instagram, I go to at Tangent. Oh, no, Terry Lamb. You need to go to anna.katrina.art. Here, let me show you. And it's probably going to be a... Oh, God, my pen doesn't work. Might be... It's pinned here, man. It's pinned in the comments. But let me share with you. And I'll try to write it backwards because it's going to be a reversed image. And I know that kind of throws people off sometimes. Anna.katrina.art. Okay. Katrina. Okay. Katrina. And then let's see. Can't believe I'm writing this backwards. It's a little awkward. Okay, so this is my Instagram right here that I've circled here. You guys see it a little better there? See, I wrote it backwards. So you guys, because in my live stream, it's all mirrored. You know, this is, by the way, this is my right eye right here. I don't know if it looks like my left eye to you, but it's my right eye. And it has thrown some people off. That's that thing. But there's my Instagram right there, Terry. So yeah, anna.katrina.art. Let's just put the light up on there. Yeah, anna.katrina.art for you. Or you could share your you could share your Instagram with me, and I can request. I can send you a request if you'd like. Am I in Kansas? No, I live in Oregon. Good painting information. Your haircut looks great. Have a good night. Thank you, Metro Use. You as well, man. If someone smokes heroin or meth just one time, what are the chances they will be addicted to it? You know, we all tell ourselves that we can control it, but it doesn't end up that way. You know, I thought I had control, and I certainly did not. It's a slippery slope, I'll tell you that. And I know we're all different. I know a lot of people take it up, and they're just like, I don't like it, and they just don't ever touch it again. Because, of course, it makes you sick, right? Makes you throw up at first. But if you have, like, oftentimes you'll have experienced users around you giving it to you or whatever, and they'll tell you that, hey, this sickness will pass and it's going to feel good the next time you do it. So that's kind of what happened to me. It's like I felt a little sick, but I was thinking, yeah, next time I'm going to feel better. Next time I'm really going to feel it, and I want to know how it feels when it's good. You know, it's like, it's terrible, man. It's terrible. It takes over your life. It's like a succubus that lures you in, and it just completely controls your life. Makes you sick. Makes you withdrawn. Makes you boring. It stunts you. You should paint Michael Jackson. You know what? I'll write down all these suggestions here. That's not a bad idea. That'd be a fun painting. Michael Jackson was one of them. Who was that other guy that was recommended? Oh, myself. Okay. Self-portrait. And that one I'll probably work on first since that commission was offered. Or maybe I'll work on them all simultaneously. Who knows? I just wish I had more room around here and a better like station or studio for painting and stuff. You know, that's a little bit tricky, but it is doable. As I did complete that painting of Christ, and we have that whole table. Just gotta get them cats out of the way. I remember when John. Oh yeah, you have a very pretty face. Thank you, Xavier. And I always like the name Xavier. That's a nice name. Off to bed. Good night and God bless. God bless you too, McDougal. Thank you. Bye all. I gotta brush my teeth and settle in. Be good to yourselves and others around you. It works. Thank you, Yaim. I appreciate that very much. And also, you have a good night. I would have to download Instagram as an app and connect you at Tangent T or at, and I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, if you download Instagram, you could just look up my name and follow me. It's anna.katrina.art. That's it. If not, let's see. Do you have Discord, Terry? Do you have a Discord? Because that's my Discord is emerald_wing_13473. My favorite Beatles song. Oh, good grief. That's hard to say, man. That's really hard for me to say. I don't know. I like... I can't name my favorite right now. Maybe next time I'll be able to think of it, but there's just so many. Studying Japanese Zen art has made me more comfortable with making mistakes in my art. I mean, in Zen art, it is about having a connection with the chaos of nature, but I don't stress about it anymore. Exactly, and you know what, Skink? You oftentimes come out with better art that way. If you've ever seen, like, my favorite artists are the Expressionists, like Egon Schiele, or the Post-Impressionists, like Toulouse-Lautrec, you know, or Alice Neal. You know, like their work, you know, there are parts of it where it just sort of like trails off, and it's like looks like it, you know, technically it looks like it's not completely, but you can imagine the rest of the painting. Like it gives your mind more room to wander around, and it's compositionally sound, meaning like the empty space or the negative space and the positive space are harmonious and they make sense. It looks intentional. It doesn't look like some slapstick that somebody, you know, well, basically they made a mistake and they're trying to cover it up. You know, you want it to look intentional. That's key. And it's also important for people to know when it's your work. Like you have to have a certain signature, a certain style, so that people can identify your work under your name. That's, in fact, you know, that's one of the best achievements in art, is when you can have your own style, when you develop your own style and people know that it's your work. You know, it's pretty cool. What have you been up to lately? I've been taking, hey, Pa Angie, I've been taking care of my dog. He went to the vet yesterday, and he has another follow-up appointment in a couple days, where they have to sedate him because he sustained a toe injury. One of his claws almost got ripped off because he was so excited to see me when I came in the door. I got home from the dentist. That he basically knocked down a desk and a lot of other things. I heard a loud crash, and he came upstairs trailing blood behind him. So yeah, his paws need to be taken care of and all that stuff. So yeah, I've been focusing a lot on my dog and my insurance, my vet insurance here. and video games. Been playing BioShock. Do you think people can fall out of love after being fully committed? Yeah, I think that happens a lot. I don't know if you're fully committed deep down in your heart. Like I don't know, man. But people do change sometimes, you know? It's hard to say. If you truly love someone, though, unless, I mean, I don't see why a person would choose to leave someone they truly, truly love unless it was for their own good or for the other person's own good. We must be thankful for failure as it literally makes us do things better. Indeed, it's necessary. You seem nice and funny, so I thought, why not say hi? Thank you. Hi there, Pa Angie. It's good to see you again. Or your name, I should say. It feels as if the remnants of major past events still linger in the depths of your soul. Man, you couldn't be more right about that. I mean, I just figure that's the way it is with a lot of people, though. What do you usually do in your free time? I play video games. I take care of my dog. I clean the house. I doom scroll. I watch scary hunting encounter videos. Those are some good. Those are some interesting YouTube videos. And yeah, I draw here and there. But there's been a lot of anxiety lately. You know, I'm kind of scrambled all over the place. There's some important things that I need to do that seem so taxing, and I'm nervous about going to this potluck and meeting new people, to be honest, because I am kind of shy, kind of reclusive. So we'll see how that goes. Yes, Skin, we gotta love ourselves before we can love another person. That's very true. Yep, that's what it's called. Some don't believe in it. Skin. Do you think people can fall out of love after they've been fully committed? Oh yeah, I did answer that question. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Depends on the people, I guess. I think if you're truly committed, though, you probably wouldn't want to do it unless you were forced to. I don't know. But you can also be fully committed to someone who changes their colors and shows you that they're not the person you thought they were, and they end up taking advantage of you, manipulating you, abusing you, and all this other stuff. Then you want to be careful, because you might develop Stockholm syndrome and try to change for that person and think that maybe it's your fault that they ended up that way. Trust me, I've been there. No, you gotta leave that place right away, man. If you're being taken advantage of and they change their true colors like that, as soon as they've gotten into your pants, they've changed their true colors. I mean, they changed their colors to their true colors. Yeah, be careful. Very careful. Do I like painting? I do. Painting class along with self-taught respect. Nice, thank you. Can you singing? I don't think I'm the best singer. I'm really not a good singer, but some people here, you know, I've sung a couple songs here and there, and there are people who think that they like my voice. They think I'm a good enough singer. But honestly, I don't think I have pitch or range, or I can't go low, I can't go high. I don't think I'm the best singer myself, and that's kind of, I mean, I kind of gauge my abilities in that sense to my family's reactions. I don't think they really care to hear me sing, to be honest. I don't know, but if I was good, I'd get more compliments around here. That's for sure. I'm not a good singer. I don't think I am. But some people might think I am. I don't know. Maybe if I took lessons, I'd be a lot better. I mean, I would be better, but I don't know if I'd be good. What's my favorite movie? Oh my goodness. Paris, Texas is one of them. Repo Man. Repo Man, Paris, Texas, Alien, anything with Harry Dean Stanton, and anything with John Hurt. Midnight Express, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, fucking A. Let's see, what else do I like? What else do I like? What else do I like? There's just so many good movies too. I like 1984 with John, simply because it's got John Hurt in it, and it's actually a really good kind of surreal movie from the 80s, the one from the 80s with John Hurt. Anything with John Hurt or Harry Dean Stanton. And I like anything with Ian McKellen too. Or Helen Mirren's also a good actress. And I like yeah, there's just so many freaking good movies, man. Last movie I watched was the Legend of Billie Jean. That was a good movie. That might be one of my favorites too. Yeah, someone recommended it to me after I cut my hair, and I was like, I didn't know what the movie was going to be about, but as soon as I watched it, I was like, wait, I actually predicted that she was going to cut her hair. I'm like, oh, okay, now I know why they recommended this movie to me. it's a good movie. How many times? Yeah. God bless the trolls indeed. Kill them with kindness. You have a great weight, forget them. Thank you, Sherlock Fields. Yeah, people will bully me. Why question the girl? Leave her alone. Worry about your own weight. Exactly. I've always been skinny, guys. You know, just because you have had eating, and I've talked about my eating disorders. I've had eating disorders in the past. They stick with you, but you manage them, you know, with reason, with, you know, having all the colors in your diet, being careful with your nutrition, as in remembering to get your micros and macros because your brain needs it. You know, it eventually comes to the point where it's like you gotta feed your brain. So there's that. But even before then, I was a skinny kid, guys. I mean, it was more about control. Because yeah, nothing more needs to be really said about that. But yeah, I didn't feel like I had any control over anything in my life, you know. So that's very typical of people who develop that disorder. You guys want to see what I looked like when I was a little kid? I could show you a photo of me when I was a little kid. Let's see. Albums. There we go. You guys are gonna laugh, okay? This is me when I'm like 7. That's me before braces. And this is not fucking intentional, guys. Like, even my brother. The bunny rabbit going for the carrot cake. Look at that shit. And no one was even, you know, this association was not even planned. Like, this bunny rabbit going for the carrot cake. All right. There's that. There's one. there's me. My little sister, yeah. There's me. That's me when I'm like 6 or 7, I think. There's me. There's me right there. Dear Lord. Okay. Getting ready to have dinner. Okay, I'm not right. Okay, I'm right there, I guess. Oh yeah, there I am walking my birds around in a wagon. Oh my goodness. It's a little parakeet. Oh yeah, and there's the pug Mason. So I was like 7 right there, 7 or 8. 7 or 8 years old. And that's the Mason the pug right there. Yeah, I'd definitely be like 8 years old there because of how old Mason is. And I got that parakeet when I was 7 years old. So I'm either 8 or 9 right there, actually. And there's me on our little jungle gym, climbing around. You see, guys, I would like to climb things a lot. I climbed trees and a lot of other... I was a big climber. There I am with the flowers right there. Yeah, I think that's Grandma's house. There's me with my little sister right there. Just a year difference. And oh yeah, I was telling you guys about this. I had this idea, so I created little hammocks on our bunk bed so that we could swing from them like monkeys. And needless to say, everybody enjoyed it. Yeah, that was my idea, guys. And I'm so glad I have this photo right here, man. That's kind of a treasure right there. Yeah. 1998, so I guess I was 7, unless they got the date wrong. Oh yeah, there I am with all the little kids. There I am with the pug. I always had the pug. Mason. My gangly ass legs. And again, yeah, I wore bloomers because I couldn't stand textures. Let's see if those are the only ones. Yeah, those are the only ones. Bunny rabbit going for the carrot cake. That one I think is funny. The bunny rabbit one. Wow, you said when I was born, crazy. Yeah, I was around 8 in those photos, actually. I think I was older than 7 in some of those because of how old the dog is and everything. Yeah. How old are you now? Just got here. I'm 35 still, man. 35 years old. Am I 27? Oh, no. I wish. Billie Jean is not my lover. Yeah, I saw The Legend of Billie Jean. That's a good one. You should be a character in a video game. Great voice. Thank you, Bear Blasting. I like your name, by the way. That's funny that your name is called Bear Blasting, because I was actually watching bear hunting videos just last night. You know, that's fascinating. So yeah, that's a good idea, man. That would be a wonderful job. That's something that I know I'd really love and enjoy. Being a voice actor or a voice for a video game character. I don't know who you'd contact though, or who you'd talk to really step into that door. Let's see. I just want to remember to research this, because I thought about like voice acting for cartoons, but video games, I haven't really thought about that. Very good. It's good to remind yourself you were once a kid. Yes. Yeah, especially as an addict, you remember the things you used to love. You remember times when you were the most happy and innocent, and you want to have that back again. When you felt most connected with life, you want all that back. And you can't have it if you're stuck in that rut of being addicted to heroin. So when you get clean, you have to try to, go back to those things you used to love. Because if you had it back then, you can have it again, It takes a little while for the brain to adjust and the dopamine levels and endorphins to regulate. But if you apply yourself to your recovery, it is more than possible, and you'll feel better and better and better and better and better. You will not regret it, I know that. You will not regret choosing to get clean. I know it's hard, trust me. Katy Perry's younger sister. That's a first. Body shaming, huh? Because it's okay to body shame people when they're skinny, eh? But Woi Pui, I bet you wouldn't be saying something like that to someone who was basically on a, you know, all tubed up because they're like 500 lbs. You know, you wouldn't be criticizing someone like that, probably. Actually, who knows? Maybe you would. Shit. Just the body shamer in general. I don't know. What a weirdo. Hate it when people do that. And I'm not fragile. Look at this. Look at this, guys. And I barely lift. I barely lift. I just do a ton of fucking chores. And I've worked at a cafe for 10 years. I, you know, carried around heavy substrates to school. I don't drive. When I go grocery shopping, I carry I carry one huge heavy bag here and a heavy bag here and have my big dog there. Look at this shit. Oonce. 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 Guns, guns, indeed. I do not have hair under my arms. Look at this. That's a shadow, you dipshit. Look at that. It's not hair. Look at that. Want to see it? That's not hair. That's not hair at all, you dipshit. Not only that, but did you know women do get body hair? Oh my gosh. Scandal. Good God. Stupid. Yeah, I'm kind of sinewy. Yeah. Oh, hello, whatever. Anyway, guys, it's getting to be a little late now. If you want to buy, I don't know if they're still here, but, was it Terry? Started with the T. Sorry, I'm not the best with my memories sometimes when it comes to names. What was the name here? I think it was Terry. I will find Terry Lamb. I'll find you tomorrow. Okay, Terry Lamb, if you're still here, you have a good night. And you have a good night regardless. You guys all have a good night, I hope. I do read a few Bible verses at the end of my stream. So we're going to do that, regardless of the haters who think it's cool and trendy to put down Christians, but will refuse to ever condemn or criticize other religions. Just Christianity. Anywho, we're going to do this. We're going to read a few Bible verses and end the live stream. Now, maybe this will shut the others up about you being a guy. It's so fucking dumb. I say this almost every fucking time, but if they were to dig up my body, archaeologists, 1,000 years from now, and it was just a skeleton, they'd be able to determine that I'm a woman based off of the width of my pelvis. That's all they'd need to know that I have two X's, double X chromosome. Beautiful, badass female boss. Thank you, Miss. Where do I see myself in 5 years? I hope married to a good man with a kid, with kids, and I would like to also have my own art studio, just a place where there's space and nice surfaces and desks and drafting tables and stuff like that. Just a ideal painting studio so I can paint. So I could just turn the garage into a place like that too if there was enough lighting and stuff, you know. I would like to have my own family and my own art studio one of these days. And, you know, and a gaming room too. place to play games. And I'd also like to go hunting and fishing, maybe live in a log cabin. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know if that's ever going to happen for me, guys. But I can only hope, right? And try to pursue, maybe make friends with other people who are interested in that kind of stuff too. That would definitely double my chances at being able to live that life. Think you're so beautiful. Thank you, Joshua. Damn, you get hotter every time I check. Oh, thank you. Chucks, guys. You gotta come to Oklahoma for that. Whereas like Texas too, man. They have wild boar hunting in Texas and places like that. Billie Jean is available on Blu-ray now. Okay. Yeah, it's a good movie, man. It was better than I expected. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Pac-Man. Yeah, I cut my hair myself. I just I could not take it anymore. I did give it a chance though. Gave it a good run. Don't listen to the idiots. That's a waste of time. It sure is, man. You're right. You're absolutely right. What's shaking, Bacon? Hi, Michael. Hello from England. Hi, United. Married? No, but one of these days I hope to be, I hope to find someone that I love and have chemistry with and that I like how they smell and everything else, you know. A big determiner of a huge thing that determines whether or not you really have chemistry with someone and you really are attracted to them in that sense, and that'll determine how well it lasts, is you got to like their scent. You have to like a person's scent because we all have our own unique scent. I don't know what the fuck I smell like. I really don't. How would I know how I smell? I really don't. But I've smelled other people, and there have been people just like their scent just lingers, and sometimes it's really nice. So, I think that's an important thing to take note of. Do you like their scent and personality? And I like humor. I like funny men too. But if I'm not attracted to them, then I don't know how far that's gonna go, or if I can give it a chance or whatever. But I usually know when I have chemistry with someone. I usually know pretty quickly. I'll end up pursuing them. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. It'll happen, young lady. Thank you, Jerry. I hope so. I like curry. I love curry. I like currywurst is really good too. All you need is some Weisswurst, like the white bratwurst, and just curry powder and ketchup. That's all you need to make currywurst, I think. Hello, my beautiful. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Camila. I like your dress. It's just a shirt, but thank you. I can't believe I've been here like actually over 3 hours, maybe listening to you, and in no way has it been in a lustful way. I've just been hanging out with a cool chick. This is a compliment to you. Oh, thank you, Terry. That means a lot to me. that really does mean a lot to me, man. Because, yeah, I mean, we do get a lot of weirdos in the chat sometimes. You never came across that way to me at all. So, yeah, I appreciate your kind words, and the fact that you've been enjoying my stream means a lot to me. It does. You have a good night too, Johnny. What time is it there? It's almost 11 p.m. So we're going to start reading a few Bible verses pretty soon here. All right, let's do that. Hi, Emily. Hello, hello. What do you think about Mark Carney? I honestly don't know who that is, but I'll look him up. Somehow he doesn't ring a bell to me right now. Let's see. Mark Carney. I'll look him up. Okay. He's a Canadian politician. Okay. Mark Joseph Carney is a Canadian politician and economist serving as the 24th Prime Minister of Canada since 2025. Oh, I see. So he took the place of that guy, what was his name? Why am I brain farting it? The guy who married Katy Perry. Justin Trudeau, yeah. Did he take his place? Okay. I don't know anything about him, to be quite honest. Amen, girl, amen. Justin Trudeau, yeah. Yeah, that guy's weird. How old are you, T? I am 35, Joshua. 35. Sanshi Wu. My name in Chinese would be Sanshi Wu. I'm on a sailboat on my way back from the Caymans. I'm 2 days out from Florida. Now that sounds like a cool adventure, man. You going croc hunting? Or you're catching crocodiles and letting them go? Actually, I've always wanted to try alligators, alligators sounds so good. I've heard it's like a combination between like fish and chicken. I always wanted to try frog legs too. Same Terry, first time here. If she ignores the morons, I can see the stream getting very popular. Good to know, man. I'll take that advice to heart. Because sometimes it does get to me at times. I mean, it doesn't like make me lose sleep at night. I don't think about it after the stream or anything. But sometimes I go on a bit of a tangent. Like my name's. It's like, yeah, sometimes I just start ranting over stupid shit people say. And I shouldn't do that. That's just, it's unbecoming. And it's futile. You know, these people are they're just trying to get a reaction. That's all. So if I don't respond to them, then I have the upper hand, and it's not like they can do anything to me, you know, unless I get doxxed or something, you know. So, yeah, just keep it positive. You look like a really nice person, ma'am. Very kind. Thank you, Jay Jr. I try to be kind, but I also try to not take any bullshit. I try to, you know, be reasonable, and if I'm wrong about something, I can admit it. I've done so before, even on the stream. Yes, when you rage, that's what they want. Precisely. You look beautiful with short hair. Thank you. You're very kind to you. Thank you, Joshua. Anyway, so now that we're approaching 11, we're going to end the stream at 11. I'm going to work on doing what I say I'm going to do. So, we're going to read a few verses, okay? All right, GG. Good guy. Good guy. What should we start out with here? This is interesting, okay? Leviticus, chapter 11, verse 46, all the way down to 47. This is the law pertaining to beast and bird and every living creature that moves through the waters and every creature that swarms upon the earth, to make a distinction between, the unclean and the clean, and between the living creature that may be eaten, and the living creature that may not be eaten. Okay, so God's all about us going hunting. I'm kidding. All right. I do want to go hunting someday, though. That sounds like a good adventure, you know, and just taking care of invasive species like wild boar, it's a good thing. Squid's pretty good. Oh, I love squid. Oh, here's a Sirach, chapter 32, verse 17. A sinful man will shun reproof, and will find a decision according to his liking. Very applicable. John chapter 16, verse 22. So you have sorrow now, but I will see you again, and your hearts will rejoice, and no one will take your joy away from you. It's a really good one right there. That's one of my favorites. That's one of my favorite verses. So you have sorrow now, but I will see you again, and your hearts will rejoice, and no one will take your joy away from you. How about Acts chapter 2, verse 17 down to 21? And in the last days it shall be, God declares, that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Yeah, and on my men servants and my maid servants in those days I will pour out my spirit, and they shall prophesy. And I will show wonders in the heaven above, and signs on the earth beneath, blood and fire, and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the day of the Lord comes, the great and manifest day. And it shall be that whoever calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Amen. Just read 3 more. What about... Romans chapter 5, verse 3 down to 5. More than that, we rejoice in our sufferings, knowing that suffering produces endurance, and endurance produces character, and character produces hope, and hope does not disappoint us, because God's love has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who has been given to us. That's what's up. Corinthians. This is a good one here. Chapter 13, the whole thing. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith, so as to remove mountains. Here, what the fuck am I doing? It's like, sometimes I'll start out and I'm like, I feel fine. But then I remember that I'm kind of straining it just a tad bit. I do need my reading glasses. I'm worried I'm gonna break these one day. Okay. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind. Love is not jealous or boastful. It is not arrogant or rude. Love does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrong, but rejoices in the right. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. For our knowledge is imperfect, and our prophecy is imperfect. But when the perfect comes, the imperfect will pass away. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I gave up childish ways. For now we see in a mirror dimly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall understand fully, even as I have been fully understood. So faith, hope, love abide, these 3, but the greatest of these is love. No, I'm not a man. I'm reading the Bible, you dip. And often when they when they when they mention man as like man, like mankind, they're talking about women too. It's like mankind. They're not only talking about men. It's like an example is like when they call a dog man's best friend, they mean human's best friend. It's like mankind's best friend. Woman has the word man in it, okay? Woman, man, mankind, whatever, okay? When they're saying man's best friend referring to a dog, women are included in that because we're human too. Crazy, I know. He won't agree, probably not. Anyway. Here, James chapter 4, verse 19. My brethren, if anyone among you wanders from the truth, and someone brings him back, let him know that whoever brings back a sinner from the error of his way will save his soul from death and will cover a multitude of sins. Womb man, there you go, Sherlock. That's clever. There you go. I can't believe I never thought of that. That's funny. All right. One more, guys. We're getting there. Anyone have a suggestion for the last Bible verse here? The spirit I always want to hold on to. Thank you, Joshua. Yep. And man, I feel like a woman. Dun 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 dun. Greetings from Venezuela. Hi, Gamer Free. Greetings. Welcome to my channel. Dun 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 dun. I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. I'm gonna take the night hike downtown. The best thing about being a woman. I can't sing. I just can't. I don't think I can. Psalms 91. Thank you. It's just a rockin' it. I have a little fun. Whoa. Okay, let's see. Psalms 91. Crazy, being a lady. Your man shirt, short skirts. Whoa. I wanna be free. How to feel the way I feel. And man, I feel like a woman. Psalms 91. 91. Okay, we'll read the whole chapter. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High, who abides in the shadow of the Almighty, will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler, and from the deadly pestilence he will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your refuge, the Most High your habitation, no evil shall befall you, no scourge come near your tent. For he will give his angels charge of you, to guard you in all your ways. On their hands they will bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the otter. The young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Because he cleaves to me in love, I will deliver him. I will protect him because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. A psalm, a song for the Sabbath. Amen. And there was another one that was recommended, John chapter 1, verse 1. Okay. Matthew is a good one. Do you have any suggestions for Matthew? Let's see. For like any verses you'd prefer? John chapter 1, verse 1. Well, totally crazy, being a lady, a man, shirt, short skirts. Whoa, okay. Whoa. The Gospel according to John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Amen. And here's a good one from that very same chapter. Verse 9. The true light that enlightens every man was coming into the world. Matthew chapter 23. Excuse me. Matthew chapter 23, verse 24. Okay, that'll be our last one then. By the way, thank you very much, guys, for coming to my channel. It was lovely. This was a lovely stream. And I really appreciate you guys supporting my channel. Thank you. 23, verse 24. Okay. Oh, it's right there. Verse 24. You blind guides straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. Oh, wow. I want to read that whole thing to get the context of that. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you tithe mint and dill and cumin, the spices. For you tithe mint and dill and cumin, I love cumin, and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faith. These you ought to have done, without neglecting the others. You blind guides, straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel. I'll read that whole chapter. Anyway, thank you very much. Very good. Hey, God bless you too. Thank you. Please pray for my country, Ukraine. Oh, man, absolutely. Absolutely. I hope you're doing good. I hear ya. Hopefully you didn't take that the wrong way. Oh, no, not at all. Am I a barber? No. All right, guys. Actually, women do have Adam's apples, though, Terry. There is no Adam's apple in women. Women do have Adam's apples. It's kind of like the difference between a shield volcano and a stratovolcano. Shield volcanoes are just kind of like almost flat, just like a slope like that. And a stratovolcano goes up like your classic volcano, like Nyiragongo volcano versus Nyamuranguru, which are right next to each other, and they both constitute 45% of Africa's volcanic activity, by the way. But yeah, how did I get to volcanoes? Yes, we women, we do have Adam's apples, but ours are more like shield volcanoes, meaning they are situated much flatter. I've seen women with Adam's apples that actually do look like men's Adam's apples, typically. But women can have big, protruding 90-degree angle Adam's apples like men as well. I don't have that, you know. You don't see that here at all. At all. I'm just got a skinny ass neck. But women do have Adam's apples. They do. Look it up before you, say things like that, because we do have Adam's apples, and some women's are more apparent. And if you start like thinking that a woman's a man because of a little Adam's apple showing, you might hurt her feelings, because she's actually, truthfully, a woman, but she has that protruding Adam's apple, which makes everyone who's obsessed with transness these days think that you're a man or whatever, yeah. Women have Adam's apples too, so that's not a good indicator. Better indicator is to look at the width of their hips. There's that. Now, some women do have narrow hips, though. You're right. But yeah, I mean, the pelvis area is important, is what I'm saying. Okay. Are you still doing art? Yes, I am, John Woodmass. I am. I showed a bit of my art on my channel today, on my live stream here today. And I might even get a commission, hopefully. That's the context of the Pharisee straining a gnat but swallowing a camel. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd like to read the whole chapter to know the context, because I forget. I cut my own hair. I think it looks great. I love you so much. Thank you. How are you so shredded? What diet are you on? I need advice. Hi. I eat my breakfast and then I eat dinner. I don't really eat lunch very much. Sometimes I do. But usually I just have my breakfast and then I have dinner. So that's kind of like intermittent fasting. It's like 8 a.m. breakfast, and I have a big bowl of cream of wheat with fruit and nuts and seeds and coconut shreds and all that good stuff, and a couple eggs, and then I wait until like 5 or 6 or 7 p.m. for dinner. So it's like that. Why am I single? I'm a bit reclusive and introverted. I am getting out to go meet new people, which is cool, but it's yeah, working at that cafe for 10 years wasn't very helpful. I wasn't surrounded by, my boss was nice and all, and there were some people I met who were really, really good and would have been really good, a few of them would have been a good partner for me, like, good. I would get along well with them as their significant other if they weren't like 20, 30 years older than me, right? So there's that. Yeah, a lot of the people I met, my friends, were way older than me, as a thing. So I wasn't in the best place to meet people. And in college, man, like I couldn't find any man, let alone men. There were a few men, of course. I couldn't really, all of them were taken. None of them were single. And if they were single, I didn't, wasn't attracted to them. And there were a lot of, just very brainwashed woke people there as well. It's not the best place to meet your significant other, especially if you're taking fine art. You just have I don't know. It is what it is. Any advice for finding your art style as a new artist? Just keep practicing, man, and it will come to you, okay? You just take various elements of inspiration from various sources and practice. Try combining them into a whole, And I'm sure there's lots of information on that online too. I guess I'm part of that too. So giving you information, being a source of online information for you when it comes to art. So yeah, just really practice, and it'll come naturally. It will. Have I tried dating apps? Oh, yes, I have. Last time I went on a date, it was a disaster. Guy basically, he wanted me to be his kid's nanny. That's why wanted to go. That's why he wanted to try me out, because he wanted a nanny. He had like 5 kids and was talking about his ex and talking about how girls like to ride his shoulders, and he looked 10 years older than he did in the photo. He had plaque all over his frickin' teeth. Oh my God. And the first thing he asks me, I give him a hug upon seeing him. First, and I even offered to, split the bill because I just wanted to be polite, but I also kind of want to, be a little, not too upfront because I don't want to make him, feel like less of a man or whatever. I'm trying to be as considerate and nice as possible. But he basically, first question he asked was, where do you work? Do you have a job? And then he proceeded to show me all of his kids and photos, and then told me like how he is with his ex and how girls, like he has lots of friends that are girls and that they love to ride his shoulders and be all giggly. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I'll let him off nicely, but I'm gonna ghost him. I'm not gonna deal with this so-called dating apps are corrupt. I get catfished too, man. Like, this guy didn't put in any effort. He looks like he had been working under the house. Yeah, he was wearing a ratty old shirt, ratty freaking like 10-year-old cargo shorts, and he had a really ruddy, torn up baseball cap on, and he had plaque all over his teeth. Meanwhile, I had it all decked up. I spent like an hour trying to get, my eyeshadow and blush and earrings and my outfit set up all nicely. I wore the best outfit I could find. I brought my nice red purse instead of my backpack just so I'd look nice. He just came looking like he didn't care. That's the whole thing, man. It didn't seem like he cared. In fact, he just had an agenda, which is get a nanny for my kids so I can go off and fuck around with other women, probably. That's what it seemed. Oh my gosh, if I put 2 and 2 together, put the whole entire thing together, that's exactly what it probably was. Yeah. Finding the right guy on the right country, same for me. Right girl has not shown up. Yeah, I need to be more proactive about engaging with new people and stuff. I'm a little bit reclusive, is the thing. You'd think it'd be easier with the internet, but you have a lot of people who are desperate, who are, they're willing to lie to get what they want, or they have some other ulterior motive. It's just, yeah, you got to be careful about that. Absolutely. With men and women, doesn't matter. Both genders will be deceptive to get what they want. You are too smart to be talking and responding to BS from people in the world. Well, maybe I'm better than that. I should not be engaging with or people who insult me, because we know why they're doing that, or people who just decide to insult me because they don't agree with my politics or whatever. I really shouldn't ignore that. And I think I did a damn good job this time. Anyway. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Thank you. You look jacked. Thank you. Oh man, we've been live streaming for when did we start? Like 6 o'clock? No, 7. It was 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's been 4 hours. By that time, I'm a little spent, guys. So we've talked about recovery, we've talked politics, we've talked about art a lot, and we've talked about the Bible, answered questions, talked about my dog and video games and all kinds of stuff. I hope you're having a good too, Cody. Hey, you have a good night too, Bulldog Rick. Thank you, Emalu. If you listen, it reflects more than he talks. That's the thing. Thank you, Emalu. Thank you, Isaiah. Stay awesome. You too, man. Thank you. Have a good night, sis. Thanks. Thank you for your content. Thank you, Kazarus. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Yuppie. Thank you, Terry Lamb. When are you going to be back on today? Oh man, it's 11 p.m., 11:18 now. we're not gonna have another live stream tonight, but tomorrow we will. But just so you know, what is it, Tuesday? Friday's going to be a busy day because I have to take my boy to the vet and he has to get sedated. So that's going to be hours of, taking care of my dog at the vet. Because, yeah, they got to operate on his toe, on his paws. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cyrix. I might be back later on Friday, but who knows? Usually when I'm kind of spent from a lot of stuff that I'm doing, that's just, I need a break. We'll see though. Play it by ear. Thank you. Thank you, Cyrix. Thank you, Mez. Thank you, John Woodmass. Thank you, Bulldog Rick. Thank you, Joshua. If I mention your names twice, it's okay. Thank you, JW Groves. I agree. There's nothing wrong with being single, but unless you don't want to be, If you've been lonely or if I've been lonely for a long time, and I'd like to meet people, but I'm just intimidated by. I've tried actually, and it just when it fails, I just sort of like, okay, I need a break from that, man. That's disappointing, but I think it has to happen per happenstance, naturally, doing the things I love to do, but being more engaging with people. And it gets harder as you get older because it's like, before you had school or you had it's also a faux pas or just not recommended to date people that you work with, like coworkers and shit, or especially your boss, because if it doesn't work out, it's going to get very awkward. So yeah, I have a hard time with that too. Thank you, Buck Bentley. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. Thank you. Thank you, Emalu. Everyone can sing. Just gotta find your lane and stay in it. Maybe you're right. I should take singing lessons. I should do that because I'd enjoy that very much too. Maybe I should join like a class or something. Try that out. Thank you, Terry Lamb. Thank you, Matt. Matt Boy. How long have I been clean? 3.5 years, by the way, if you're still here. Thank you. Just trying to get over the trolls. They're like, yeah, whatever. Okay. All right. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Cumberland. Thank you, United. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Douglas Voorhees. You look stunning. Cheers to your continued recovery and good health. People are just angry and unhappy. You're a light in the dark. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you very much. Yeah, we do need more light in this world, that's for sure. Thank you, Steelman. Thank you, Taco B, Wi-Fi, and yes, Rip Dolly. Rest in peace. Thank you, Robert Belknap. Thank you, Pac-Man. If I forget any names, I apologize, guys. Thank you, Outcast. Thank you, Johnny California. Thank you, everybody. Trolls can't keep you down. Let it roll. Exactly. Thank you, Isaiah. Wow, 3.5 years. You are doing amazing. Keep it up. With the Lord, all things are possible. Amen. Absolutely, Maddie. You know what's up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Coty Peoples. You can do anything you put your mind to it. Thank you. Editing Prods. Jesus loves you all. Please turn to your Father in heaven. Thank you, Editing Prods. Amen. Keep rocking the toga. Okay. Thank you. Night Princess, and God bless you. God bless you too, Bulldog Rick. Thank you for teaching me about purple. That's pretty interesting information anyway, you know. I didn't know that purple only became available to the public as a synthetic dye till like the 1850s, mid 19th century. Up before then, you couldn't wear purple. Basically, it was rare and very expensive. All right, guys. Yes, I did, Erica. I did cut my hair. Okay. And Claymore, yes, absolutely. You have a good night too. I like your name because I remember that anime. I love that anime. It's been so long since I've seen it. I watched that like 16 years ago. Wow. Yeah, I'm about to get off here. I've been on here for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, guys. I'm getting there now, okay? Okay. But I'll be here tomorrow, okay? You're gorgeous in every detail, an amazing, strong woman. Don't let anyone knock you off your path. You're amazing. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Cody. I appreciate you very much. Hi, Sir Malik. Thank you. Thank you, pretty girl. Say hi. Thank you very much, man. All right. You guys take care. Stay strong. And pray for me, please. And I'll pray for you. And yeah, much love. I just wanted to come out to anyone that I relapsed, and I'm trying to figure this out again. I had 19 months. Well, Jared, I'm really sorry, man. Okay, I would say speak to a counselor. I'm just trying to think of what I would do in your situation, okay? If I relapsed after 19 months. I would speak to a good counselor if you have that. And if you don't have it, get a good counselor because that's necessary. Or a therapist or anyone. A drug counselor would be good because they usually have experience or know what they're talking about. And give yourself another chance, man. Just because you fell off the wagon this time doesn't mean you can't get back up and keep going, okay? You're not a failure. Thank you, Maddie boy. I appreciate the subscription, man. Thank you. But Jared, just hang in there, okay? I'm sorry I gotta leave this stream. I feel bad now because you know, I want to, you know, say something to you that might help, but I would recommend getting, you know, talking to someone and maybe getting out of there, man. Out of sight, out of mind. Cut off contact with your dealer and stuff, because that's dangerous if that's the case, you know. I know it's hard to let go, but it's like a security blanket almost. But you can do it, and you'll be better for it, man. Not, you know, you'll be happier, is what I mean. Get some rest, girl. Thank you, Mez. Also remember your body has a harder time handling things after you've been away from it for a long time. So possibly check in with the doctor and just be honest. Exactly, SR. Exactly. That's great advice. Precisely. You don't have to wait till tomorrow to start the day anew. If someone was binge eating an entire cheesecake, they don't have to wait till they finish the cheesecake to realize they can stop. I agree. I agree. As hard as it might be, I agree with you, man. You gotta use all of your power. It's very, very important. I love to tell people God's mercies are new every day, and you can start the day over right now. This moment, this second. I agree. I agree. It's all about perspective. I didn't stay in my own lane, as they say. We shift. We all shift and go off the rails from time to time. We all, you know, we fall off the wagon or we climb down a few steps and then fall off. but that doesn't mean you can't get back up and become much stronger with your second, third, fourth, fifth attempt. Whatever it takes so that you can live life and be healthy, man. That's all that matters. All that matters is that you're able to come out of this a healthier, stronger person with more opportunities and doors opening for you. You matter. Okay? All right. Amen. Take care, guys, okay? And you take care too, Jared. All right. I'll be praying for you tonight. Much love.